D'accord.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous allons démarrer sur ce premier panel et je voudrais tout d'abord juste inviter Son Excellence, Madame la Ministre, d'ouvrir les travaux de la journée et puis de passer la parole au modérateur, Monsieur Oumar Sylla. Madame la Ministre.
Bonjour, distingués invités, chers participants. Nous sommes au deuxième jour de notre forum. Donc, nous allons débuter notre session à l'ordre du jour. Il s'agit du point 5. Nous allons maintenant aborder donc le sous-point du point 5 de l'ordre du jour. Il s'agit de des examens infranationaux volontaires et apprentissage par les pairs pour soutenir l'action sociale. Alors, ce point a pour objectif, les objectifs de la table ronde sont les suivants. Il s'agit dans un premier temps pour nous de faciliter et mettre en évidence les avantages de l'apprentissage par les pairs et identifier les moyens de lancer et de renforcer les examens volontaires infranationaux à tous les niveaux afin de stimuler la mise en œuvre locale et nationale dans le contexte des différentes crises qui se sont produites. Deuxièmement, il s'agit d'identifier les liens entre les processus d'examen nationaux et infranationaux, les parties prenantes et les politiques et faire front sur ces liens. Et troisièmement, il s'agit de réfléchir à des recommandations et les formuler au Forum politique de haut niveau pour le développement durable de 2023 et au sommet sur les objectifs de développement durable de 2023 pour renforcer l'examen, le suivi et le soutien des examens volontaires infranationaux. C'est donc avec grand plaisir que je vous présente le modérateur et les intervenants aussi vont être présentés par le modérateur. Pour le modérateur, il s'agit de M. Oumar Sylla. Oumar Sylla est directeur régional pour l'Afrique du programme des Nations Unies pour les établissements humains. Monsieur Oumar Sylla, vous avez la parole pour modérer la session. Merci.
Merci, Madame la Ministre, pour l'introduction de ce thème d'aujourd'hui. I would like to thank you for your introduction to this very important topic, which is about examining, voluntary local review process in Africa, and specifically the role of local government, authority, and communities. If we come back to the background of this Africa Forum for Sustainable Development, it's more about reviewing progress on the implementation of the SDGs. And we all acknowledge that we are on the turning point on the implementation of the SDG in Africa. But also we cannot talk about SDGs without making articulation with Vision 2063 of the Africa we want. We have seen a lot of effort and initiative undertaken by local government on the localization of those framework in Africa. And something interesting in the continent, in the participatory dynamic we have seen with communities engaged as well in the discussion, in the reporting process of the SDGs in various levels in Africa. And today, we have more than 20 localities in Africa who carry out or in a process of carrying out voluntary local review process based on multi-stakeholders partnership. We have seen as well strong partnership emerging through UN Habitat, ECA, UCLG Africa to support local authorities through development of guidelines, but also providing technical support to local authority to be able to provide, this process to citizens Something we need to acknowledge is the challenge we are facing, in this process. Of course, we are in a very troubled context, globally speaking, that has repercussion mainly at the local level. But this is not stopping our effort to promote and localize more these SDGs. And that's the whole sense of this conversation today, to see what innovations, but also what kind of agility we need to develop for local authorities, for communities to overcome those challenges, whether there are financial challenges, whether there are technical challenges, to make sure we are on track on the implementation of the SDGs. I think Madam Minister has recalled the principles and also objective of this session. First of all, is more about learning exchange and peer learning among different experience, among different actors in the sectors of voluntary local review, to see what we can learn from each other. The second one is that when we talk about local level, we cannot ignore national level. At the end of the day, we are in one state, one government. So what kind of interaction do we need between local government and national government to make sure we have a unified process in the local voluntary review? And lastly, for forward-looking, it's very important because we have a number of events coming. And we want to really strengthen the voice of Africa to those events. From your experience, what is the message and what are the key takeaway we need to take forward, to those discussions, where there is high-level meetings going to happen in July and as this event happening for really showing and demonstrating, engagement in Africa on the sector of VLR. We have a variety and very diverse panel today. We are here. I'm sure some others will join us. We have today the mayor of Basila in Benin. His name is Tasso Zakari. Maybe you can wave your hands, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Modu Jonga, who is a CEO of Brikama Area Council in Gambia. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Simon Masanga, Permanent Secretary for Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, Zimbabwe. He's not around. We have as well Esther Muriri, who is a founder of Gold Ribbon Initiative, a member of the Local 2030 Coalition, who is online. We'll hear from her, Esther. Marcel Akpovo, Regional Representative of OCHR. Welcome, Mr. Marcel. And we have Abibulai Zenga, Deputy President, City Council of Niamey, who's going to join us shortly. And lastly, Karimot Odebe, founder, Black Girl Dreams Initiative. Welcome, Mr. Founder. So we're going to start our conversation, and we'll start with one question to the Mayor of Basila. The question is the following, Mr. Mayor. What are some of good practices and lessons learned from the review and follow-up to voluntary local review? What mechanisms are put in place for continuity of the process, and talking about financial and technical mechanism? Mr. Mayor, you have 5 minutes to respond to the question. The floor is yours.
Merci. Merci beaucoup aux modérateurs. Merci à Madame la Ministre. Merci aux autres panélistes. C'est un plaisir pour nous d'être ce jour ici au niveau de Niamey, dans le cadre des FRADS 9e, pour partager et recevoir également des conseils et d'autres expériences afin d'améliorer ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Pour répondre à la question, il faut dire que dans ce processus d'examen local volontaire au niveau de ma commune, je retiens essentiellement 2 bonnes pratiques. La première, c'est déjà que le fait de mettre en place une unité focale chargée de conduire le processus a permis d'atteindre les résultats escomptés, c'est-à-dire de disposer d'un rapport d'examen local volontaire. Et donc, pour toute activité, à l'avenir, dans la mesure des résultats atteints, nous pensons que mettre en place, disposer d'une unité, d'un cadre qui regroupe toutes les parties prenantes est une pratique que nous allons essayer de pérenniser. Et donc, cette unité focale a facilité plutôt la collecte et la validation des données que nous avons utilisées dans l'élaboration de notre rapport. La deuxième bonne pratique pour nous, c'est que les ELV nous ont renforcé l'idée de disposer d'un cadre formel de suivi des cibles prioritaires retenues par la commune. Et ceci, avec la Direction générale des ODD, nous avons eu le format, ou nous aurons le format définitif de ce cadre qui sera généralisé au niveau national. Donc, en termes de bonnes pratiques, voilà ce que nous pouvons dire très rapidement. Et en termes de leçons apprises, et là, nous en avons beaucoup. Nous pensons que déjà, avec le résultat que nous avons obtenu, il est nécessaire de renforcer l'arrimage des documents de planification communale aux cibles prioritaires retenues par notre commune, comme leçon apprise. Également, nous pensons que la nécessité de disposer des données désagrégées est une leçon apprise parce que les difficultés que nous avons rencontrées lors de la collecte, du traitement et de la validation ont révélé que désormais, il faut au niveau local disposer des données qui puissent rendre compte effectivement des efforts que nous avons atteints. Autre bonne leçon apprise, c'est la synergie qu'il nous faut avec le secteur privé et la société civile. Donc, dans la collecte des données, nous avons estimé que ces acteurs ont joué un rôle important et cela voudra dire que le fait de les mettre dans l'unité focale qui a permis de faire ce travail est une leçon que nous devons retenir pour les expériences à venir. Je pense que nous avons beaucoup de leçons apprises et si vous le permettez, je peux continuer, sinon je pourrais répondre des autres. Ok, merci. Nous avons aussi constaté que les ELV ont permis de faciliter le partage des connaissances et la participation active des différentes couches de la société à la planification et à la mise en œuvre des actions de développement. Toutes les parties prenantes ont contribué, chacun en ce qui le concerne, à la collecte des données dans son secteur. Et nous avons aussi compris que la nécessité d'impliquer toutes les parties prenantes au processus de planification et de mise en œuvre a permis d'avoir des données crédibles. Et cela a facilité la validation du rapport. Par rapport aux politiques et programmes, c'est vrai, les ELV interviennent dans un contexte de préparation et d'élaboration de notre plan de développement communal de 4e génération. Et cela nous offre alors l'opportunité pour un meilleur arrimage entre notre futur plan et les cibles prioritaires que nous avons retenues. Et nous pensons que les différents programmes que nous aurons au niveau de ce plan de développement communal vont s'appuyer essentiellement sur les cibles prioritaires. Cela facilitera plutôt l'adressage des préoccupations des populations et permettra d'aller plus vite dans la résolution de ces problèmes.
Merci, Monsieur le maire, pour cet exposé bien détaillé de votre expérience au Bénin. Ce que je retiens de votre présentation, c'est les mécanismes à mettre en place pour le reporter volontaire. et vous avez mis en place un comité spécial pour ça. Et deuxième chose aussi qui est important, c'est le cadre aussi de définition des priorités. Parce qu'effectivement, quand on parle des ODD, c'est large. On ne peut pas tout embrasser. Quelles sont les priorités en fonction de votre localité qui est important. Mais aussi un élément fondamental qui est parvenu, que vous avez mis en exergue, c'est les différents acteurs dans le processus. Et quelque chose que j'ai beaucoup aimé, c'est que vous avez parlé de la contribution du secteur privé et de la société civile. On va y revenir, mais je pense que c'est une innovation. Et l'autre élément aussi qui est important pour le jury, c'est que ces données vous ont permis aussi d'élaborer des plans locaux de développement de manière plus holistique et de manière plus participative. Je pense que ça, c'est une bonne expérience et nous revenons dans le débat plus en détail sur certains aspects. Our next speaker is Mamadou Djonga from Birkama, Gambia, my brother from Gambia. Would like to get your thoughts on the following. The role of local government and authority in driving process toward the two agenda. We talk about Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. The question is, what are some of local level policy and program that have been designed and reformulated since the VRR has started in your jurisdictions and took into consideration the two agenda? I think we heard a lot from the experience of Benin, how they use those data. We want to hear from Gambia as well, your role and also how those data has been used to develop further program and policies in your constituencies. You have the floor, 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and a warm good morning to Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, distinguished panelists, delegates to the 9th session of the African Forum on Sustainable Development. First of all, I would like to begin to express appreciation to the organizers and partners for this opportunity. I would also like to say we are excited and proud to be part of these discussions with a view to share experience and ideas, but also to improve on what we are trying to achieve at local level. Now, the two agendas remains the most powerful blueprint to deliver a better world. And local action, more than ever, is needed to be able to regain the lost ground. Now, I want to talk on three aspects with regards to the roles of the local government and authorities. I want to look at the issue of leadership, the issue of innovation, and the issue of action. Now, when it comes to leadership, there's a need for the leaderships of the local authorities to involve all aspects of the SDGs, to ensure that the process is all inclusive, that no one is left behind. People need to be involved in the process. The civil society, like the Honorable Mayor said, the young people, and also the private sector. Everyone should be involved to ensure that we take these steps forward to achieving these very important agendas. Now, with regards to innovation, there is no one way of doing things. But what is important is we need to innovate. The local governments and authorities have the space to innovate. They need to encourage peer-to-peer mutual learning process because not all the governments or local governments are at the same level. So therefore, what is needed is to learn from each other with regards to our shortcomings and improve on our shortcomings moving forward. Now, actions is very, very important here. As local leaders, we need to adopt our framework to our own context and scales. By that, I mean that we need to translate these words of the goals to the practical aspects, using the SDGs to assess the gaps in services and also the outcomes. But also we need to create new policy interventions and then ensure that we integrate this development mindset into the operations of the city and also in the decision-making process. Now, I'll go to the policies and programs that are in place. First, as a local government, you need to have a strategic direction. We have a strategic blueprint that guides our interventions with regards to pushing the agenda, for the attainment of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. We have ensured that our strategic development plan is consistent with the national blueprint. These two blueprints speaks to each other, and that is very fundamental. Looking at the policies, we ensure that there's a representation of the persons with disabilities in the council, in addition to representative of young people and women, that promotes their interests at the level of the council. Beside that, the council has also undertaken major works, major public works. This includes reconstruction of access routes and also electricity expansion and provision of safe drinking water, and also providing support to health and educational services at the level of the region. Now, at the level of the region, like I said, you have structures. One of these structures is what you call the Technical Advisory Committee, of which the local council is a member, represented by the CEO. Now, the composition of this Technical Advisory Committee is heads of government departments that are operating at local level, but also representatives from civil society organizations and non-government organizations that are actively involved in development programming. So what this committee does is to ensure that the policies and the programs at the local level are conform to the policies at the national level, which is very important. Another important structure is the Regional Planning Authority. There are regional planning authorities across the entire country that advises and take decisions on development matters at the local level. I will try to conclude with regards to the way forward. First, like I mentioned earlier, there's a need for a localized approach. Everyone should be involved in the process. But of course, most importantly, there's a need to enhance decentralization to fast-track development. Decentralization is a first point of contact with the local communities, and therefore it is important for the governments to move from the mindset of lip service, to real decentralization, because that will help to fast-track development. The other important point is resources allocations. Various speakers, yesterday did talk about resources, both human and financial. But of course, there's a need to increase the allocation of resources on the key sectors, on health, on agriculture, and also on sanitation. I think I will stop here and see what discussions we can get. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for this very inspired statement you made from the experience of Gambia. Something I like on your intervention is the aspect of leadership. I believe that leadership at the local level is very important, because the leadership will help set the vision and the direction for the cities. If any city doesn't have leadership and vision, which means that we are just navigating in a very dark environment, it is very important. Your second point, localizing in the old sense, because we are talking about SDGs, but SDGs as aspiration, they need to come to reality. And when you link SDGs with service delivery is very important, because what I'm saying, telling to local authority every time, the Olympic citizens are waiting for you to be re-elected is services, water, sanitation, whatever, they need for their daily life. I think it's a very important point. Another lesson we can learn is the articulation between national and local. We see on your experiences close collaboration with the central government and providing support and providing all the guidance, on the strategic planning, but also on collecting the data. We not also the challenge you mentioned. I think that's a challenge many of, city and town are facing in terms of capacity, in terms of financial transfer, because we rely on the central government. I think the point I would like to deepen a bit in the conversation. Really, what are the innovation we need to bring to overcome those challenges? And what do you expect from ECA, for example, UCLG, and as actors to overcome those challenges? So maybe we can pack those questions and we'll come back to that. So let's move to the next speaker. I understand our colleagues of Zimbabwe are not here, but we have Esther Mururi, who is the founder of Gold Ribbon Initiative, a member of the Local 2030. And Esther should be speaking virtually. I don't know, logistically speaking, if the regie can tell us if Esther is online or not. Regie, is the speaker online? Who can help me on that?
Yes, I am online.
Oh, Esther is online. Yes, we can see you, Esther. Welcome to Nyame, even virtually, and we are happy to have you. And thanks for taking time to take part to this conversation. Esther, I would like to get your thought on the following question in 5 minutes. How have the voluntary local review contributed to the national data landscape? And what measures should be taken to improve the evidence base to better inform policies and better monitor the two agenda? Esther, you have 5 minutes to convince us. Back to you.
Thank you, Marion. Good morning, everyone. And I'm pleased to join this discussion online. So to answer your question, I think the voluntary local reviews is a very important process, and we've been able to see how this process has improved, especially the data collection and information management, both at the subnational level but also at national level. And we're also seeing a lot of interest from the government and other actors in investing in data and information management, but also more willingness in data and information sharing, where we see a lot of effort towards enhancing data sharing and information sharing frameworks and collaboration, which helps in planning. But also we are seeing a lot of increase in use of data in decision making process, especially during the planning process and resource allocation. For example, I'll give an example of Kenya. We see a lot of data informing how the medium-term planning process is taken into consideration, but also at the subnational level where we have the county integrated development plans. Then we are able to see to use data to inform where resources are required and where development still needs to be considered. But also, it also gives an easy process of tracking targets, especially at national level, but also at subnational level, where we are able to use data to decide where community interventions need to be focused. Also looking at what needs to be done, a lot needs to be done, especially when it comes to shared responsibility between national and subnational level. So there needs to be more coordination and alignment, especially on reporting systems. This is in line with, for example, the regular reporting mechanisms set up by the government, but also so that we have a culture of good reporting system and not only focus on reporting when we are doing the voluntary local reviews or national reviews. But also to say that there is also need to enhance like standardization of reporting systems and tools and indicators, both at the government level, national and subnational, but also with stakeholders. And this will provide a better approach in comparing data and ensuring that there's more complementarity in data and information being collected and being reported on, so as to minimize the data gaps and duplication on reporting. Also, there's also need to enhance greater participation of the public and also the non-state actors. There are a lot of interventions focusing on SDG local action, but also on the Agenda 2063. But there's still a lot needs to be done in ensuring that those that are already undertaking action at the local level are able to actually report on that based on the systems that has been established. And also ensuring that there's more complementarity in different processes while reporting. For example, there are different frameworks governments are reporting on. Make the Defender framework for action and other frameworks that have been developed post the SDG process. So there needs to be a lot of complementarity in making sure that there is a more coherent way in data and information sharing and reporting in this regard. Maybe you can come back with more interventions. Thank you for the opportunity.
I think I've been struggling with the song really, but you did well by bringing this experience of Kenya. I mean, something we can stress out on Kenya is this progressive devolution system, which is happening where we have 47 counties with the authority to undertake this local review. You mentioned as well the collection and treatment of data, which is quite something important in terms of giving accountability and transparencies and even reliability on the data, and sometimes not achieve. It may be problematic for the recognition of all those findings. Information sharing, I think, is very important. What kind of platform do we need to make sure we can share information, we can share data from national to local? We know that we have the national statistical offices in many countries, but it's not really working properly sometimes in terms of collaboration between local and central government. So thank you, Esther, very much for your perspective from Kenya. So now we'll move to my colleague from United Nations, Marcel Akapo, representing here OCHR. Marcel, we want to have really your perspective on the medium term of this VLR, looking into really the upcoming high-level political forum, but also, the summit on sustainable development goal, to see what needs to be done to make sure we have a good representation of Africa on those forums. So knowing that as well, you are working on the human rights, organization, how to stream and mainstream, the element of human rights, and what are your experience from your organization? Thank you very much, Marcel. You have 5 minutes.
Hello. No, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur. I will speak in English. Yes, I'll speak in English. First of all, it's a little bit difficult to speak about representation and then human rights norm setting from policy perspective when you have so many people who are involved in the VLA at the community level. It is extremely difficult, but I will just simply to put aside what I have prepared and reflect on what I have heard from the colleagues who have shared some experience now, and finally probably reach the conclusion that the human rights and mainstreaming in the process of both VNA and then VLA remain critical to the quality of the implementation of the SDG, and more importantly, to achieving the very fundamental principle in defining it, including, of course, leaving no one behind, with very specific emphasis on those the decentralized system of governance that we have in many of our countries is a very powerful tool for us, not only to measure the implementation of SDG, but to ensure also that in this implementation process, the centrality of human rights, the human rights mainstreaming, the capacity that we have as a state, decentralized state emanation, remain at the head of this mission. I hear my colleagues from Benin, who is the mayor of a city called Balsila, and then his experience, his lesson learned. And I hear also my brother from Gambia. One thing that I see very clearly emerging is that the VLA should be anchored in a projection of local authority to support review with the use of data, but in partnership, data collected in partnership with what we call the National Human Rights Protection Systems or mechanism. And when you take this National Human Rights Protection System, you have the National Human Rights Institutions who have the primary obligation to serve as oversight to the government's capacity or ability to fulfill their own obligation, either nationally, regionally, or internationally. Concretely, you can be very useful in data collection. It's key. One of the challenges that we have faced in the review of this VNR and VLR so far is the difficulty that we face in have credible data. Or we do have abundant data, but how much this data inform policy review and then SDG implementation? This is really a talent that we have. And an increased collaboration between the local administration, the local governance systems, which is in some way the emanation of the state, with the National Human Rights Institution can play a very vital role in this mainstreaming process. I know that in many countries, National Human Rights Institutions mostly focus on civil and political rights, targeting policy setting, normative framework, and how international norms are domesticated into national system. But in the SDG implementation, an increased relationship collaboration with the local administration will serve that purpose, especially in the context of data collection and then data analysis. The same apply to the civil society organization, which have definitely specific expertise in that area, depending on their role. So my role here today would be not just to advocate for the mainstreaming processes in evaluating how much our countries, but our decentralized administration at the country level are able to help implement and accelerate the implementation of SDG, but how this is done in collaboration with actors who have roles and responsibility in promoting and defending human rights at a country level. Second and last point, it is to use the VLA process seen from a human rights standpoint to help the country as a whole to fulfill its own reporting obligation vis-a-vis the international and regional mechanism. And we don't see it very often. We don't work on it very often because we see it from a supranational perspective. But as I say at the beginning, the main issue of assessing how much we are able to implement SDG is best measured at the local level. So I would encourage definitely that there's a synergy, there's an integration of processes in conducting VLA, but at the same time using these same processes in helping the state to fulfill its own human rights reporting obligation vis-a-vis the international mechanism and then the regional mechanism. I will stop there and then encourage all of you to go and visit our stands that we have up there, which have a lot of tools that you can get yourself familiarized with, and then also create a relationship and then a synergy with my office, who stand ready to support such processes whenever we are called upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kapo. I will come back to this last question because this is a challenge we are facing really on this articulation between human rights and this reporting process, especially access to the mechanism and institution. You talk about various institutions existing at the national level, but how much people at the local level understand and also inform about the existence of the mechanism and how they can work together. I think that's an issue, even we are talking about leaving no one behind, but also I like the point you raised on oversight mechanism. Is that really any oversight? I want to hear from the mayor of Benin or from Gambia. What are those guarantee and oversight mechanisms you have to make sure, human rights is mainstream? So that's one gap maybe we need to fill. That's why I get back to you to see, with the perspective of your organization, what are those concrete actions you are taking to help those local government, local authority to mainstream human rights with your tools. So maybe that's something we put on the side and come back to you. So our last speakers, and not least, is Karimo Odebe. I hope I pronounce very well your name. I'm not very good on names, but you're founder of Black Girls Dreams Initiative. We have heard from various interventions, the stakeholders process, multi-party stakeholders process in the VLR. And we want to hear from your experience, the mechanism to make sure, grassroots are involved in progress and measuring sustainable development goals, but also what are the best practices can be applied or scale up on the review or voluntary review process, and what improvements need to be made to make sure we have a meaningful participation of grassroots. After Minister. Right.
Thank you. Good morning and bonjour. So yes, when we talk about localizing the SDGs, I think that's one of the transformative and actionable way of realizing the Sustainable Development Goals. It's very easy to come up with policies and then project what we want. But then we should realize that if we do not take the actors, the people at the local level, the grassroots, if we do not take them along, when we are trying to actualize the Sustainable Development Goals, I do not think we are going to get anywhere. So I work from Nigeria, most specifically from Ibadan, Nigeria. And one of the mechanisms that I think that we used to involve, that is in place to involve grassroots organizations majorly, is the ministry, department, and the agencies. The ministries, department, and agencies are they are institutions that have been put, they are very organized. They're a structured institution where people can easily relate with them. And then we see that working in the community is very important for us to interact with this major institution, that is the ministry, the department, and agency, because they have been doing the work for ages. They know the data. They know where some community-led organization have started the work, where they have ended the work, and what the next step is going to be. So I would say that that is one of the major mechanisms that has been in place to involve grassroots stakeholders in ensuring progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. And then I would want to come to the best practices that I have applied in my work. So I could remember in 2020, we had the we had an advocacy project on ending female genital mutilation. And there has been a lot of conversation, advocacy, and talks about ending female genital mutilation. But then we see that in today's world, people are still practicing it. And then we came together to say, how best could we tackle this issue? And honestly, there was one particular thing that we did. We realized that the data about female genital mutilation is that it is prevalent in the local level. That is, it is happening at the grassroots and in communities and villages and all of that. And we took it to the villages and the marketplaces to say that we want you to understand what female genital mutilation is. And that's number one thing. It's also very important for us to allow the grassroots level to understand the problem, because if they do not understand the problem, they are not going to come up with solutions. So we had conversations with the grassroots level, led by the kings. These are communities that have royal leaders, the kings, the chiefs, and then we had conversations. We had the advocacy project, and then there was something that we also did. We made them own that project. That is a sense of belonging. So it was no longer our project; it is now their project. So they took it upon themselves. Spoke with the community members, and then signed the charter that in their community, they are no longer going to practice female genital mutilation. So I think that that's one of the best practices, allowing people at the grassroots levels to own the project. And before owning the project, they have to know what the problem is. And also working with the ministries, department and agency. Also, with the work that we do, we realize that working with the ministries is very important. So when we want to deal with things relating to education, we are consulting the Ministry of Education, and then the department that are involved, Department of Schools, and some security agencies. So this is also very important because they make realizing and then working on the solution very easy, and they come together as partners for realizing this this solution. So it is very important. That's one of the best practice, and that we have been able to come up with. And also, very importantly, I am also not talking here as a capacity of myself and the organization that I represent. I am talking as a representative of young people, because the young people are also one of the grassroots stakeholders. And we should realize that we make a large number of the population in Africa. And for us to speed up and the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, 2030, 2063, we need to realize that the young people are major actors, and then we need to take them in the work, not just as a form of tokenism, making them just there, but to also own the project. So, we work with young people because it's a youth-led organization. Young people have the ideas, they have the energy, and they can go far with the solution. So we've worked with the young people. And yes, another best practice I would say as an example was during the Transforming Education Summit in September 2022. We led the consultation in Sub-Saharan Africa on what is or what we need when it comes to transforming education. And then we went to a local community in Oyo State, Nigeria, to talk with people living with disability about what they really want. When we talk about transforming education, what exactly do they want? Because we're not just sitting in our offices to say, oh, I think these people need this thing. I think these people need this thing. We are going into the community to talk to them. So we want to consult you. What are the things that you think are the problem? How best do you think are the solution? And also, can you also come up with solutions? So I think that's one of the best practices that we have been able to, adopt as an organization. And then I would want to talk about the improvements that we need to make. And one of the things, and the most important thing I want to say when it comes to improvement is we need to have a decentralized mode of funding. There are a lot of people at the grassroots level doing the work, amazing work at the grassroots level, and they are not getting the recognition that they truly deserve. It is here in Africa, we know that when people do the work, you should recognize them. You're not recognizing them just for the fanfare or the fun of it, but you are also trying to tell them a message that we see you. Well done, and keep on doing this. And it's also a mode of encouragement for the other people that are watching them. So yes, there should be a decentralized mode of funding where people at the local level doing the work have direct access to technical and financial support to carry on their work. And also, I talked about recognition of people doing the work. And yes, very much importantly, we have realized there are a lot of works going on at the grassroots level, led by youth-led organization, community-led organization, and even individuals at the local level. But there are no good reporting about the work that they are doing. So yes, we should encourage reporting of the performances, the lessons, and the successes of the project that they are doing when it comes to realizing the sustainable development goals. And yes, I think I said that when I was talking. One of the things also is that we need to break down the problem. We were having a conversation about the climate issues in Africa, looking at the scope of Nigeria. In last year, about 30 states out of the 36 states of Nigeria were overflooded. And then when you talk to the normal or the average people on the street, and you tell them about climate issues, climate justice, it sounds so alien to them. It is, and when you start talking about the greenhouse gas emission, they don't know what you're talking about. But we need to realize that we need to break down the problem so that they can understand. So it starts from you telling them that the little thing that they dispose on the trashes on the floor, it's going to trickle down and then have a cumulative effect on the environment. It's also trying to use local solution. We should encourage local solutions also. It's not one size fits all. There are specific communities that knows their problem, and they know that they can come together to find community led solutions. So it is very important to consult with people like that, and also encourage solutions that they are local-based solutions. So we have to break down the problem and then encourage solutions from these people. And yes, to run this, the improvement that needs to be made up, and the private sectors, they are major stakeholders in the community. But we have realized that in her advocacy to realize the sustainable development, we have sort of like sidelined them in that journey. I think that they have a responsibility to the society, and we need to start taking them. We need to start putting them into the tax. They come to the community, they provide services, they make profit in the community, but they also need to realize that the sustainable development goal is also their key duty. So when you are providing services, when you are making profit from the community, you also have a responsibility of picking probably 3 or 4 of the sustainable development goals and actualizing it. Yes, and partnership is very much important also. We should encourage public partnership, public-private partnership, partner with youth-led organization, and also civil society organization. So to round it off, very importantly, we should involve youth and grassroots organization. We should also consult and also collaborate with them.
Thank you very much, Karima. A lot to digest from your statement and the passion, you bring all those elements. Really, I've been working with grassroots as well, and civil society. On the relationship between grassroots and civil society and central government, it's always a conflicting relation. Because the central government, when they see you coming to the office, say, oh, you're coming with a complaint again. Which is not necessarily that. Because you have a voice, you have a better understanding of the context. And that's what you brought, on the conversation. When you say local knowledge, better understanding, of the problematic that people are facing. Nobody else can express your concern than you who are living on a daily basis in slums or in the particular country. That's why I like your point of the communication and break down issues, because right now, as a United Nations, we like concept. We talk about resilience. We talk about adaptation. We talk about a lot of things. But what does it mean for the Lambda citizen, sitting there? And I think this aspect of communication is very fundamental for people to be able to give their thought and their things. I think this connection between, aspiration and reality is very important on the localization. Another element you talk about, this partnership, I think is fundamental. And we need to look at multifaceted partnership as well, knowing that not only one person or one institution can do it in addition to the decentralization. I think this is quite inspiring, and thank you very much for sharing your thought. Madam Chair, we are doing well in terms of timing. Do you have any question you want to ask to the panel? Otherwise, I have a lot of questions before we open the floor to the audience. You have the floor, Madam Chair. You have any question? You don't have any question. Maybe just one proper question, because we want this discussion to lead to something very practical, And today we are talking about acceleration of the SDGs and this, framework 2063. What is your recommendation for this acceleration to be a principle, but also to be a reality? I give 1 minute each of you before we open the floor to get your thought on that. But also, when you talk about acceleration, I would like to know what are the challenges you are facing on your relation with central government. This will help us really craft the message. Let me start with my colleague from OCHR, which is closest to me, to get his thought on those two questions. Yeah.
Thank you. To accelerate it, we needed to have felt that we have slowed down, or speed is not what it should be at first. So I strongly believe that to materialize the concept of acceleration that we have seen, it's simply first to understand that the implementation of the SDG are lagging behind, definitely, and then it's lagging behind simply because the challenges that states are facing to fulfill these obligations are also increasingly beyond their mean. One thing that I would put forward in ensuring that we have an accelerated process in this implementation is, again, to bring it back home to the furthest left behind. And to do so, definitely, we have to have a human rights-based approach lens to identify those ones. And then I can't be more in a much better place today talking about the VLA, because those are the ones that we see in our community on a daily basis. We are the mayor of the city, small or big, know definitely who is, how much children are able to afford education in its surrounding. How many family or households are able to afford adequate housing in its in his or her community? How much effort or challenges the communities or the people in his administration are facing to meet end meet. So I would definitely, beyond the conceptual issues and then also norm setting issues, I would definitely speak about how much we bring back the focus on those left behind, those furthest left behind.
Merci. Je vais rebondir sur Monsieur Akpovo. Et si vous le permettez, dans sa première intervention, il a évoqué l'intérêt de la prise en compte des droits de l'homme et comment se le faire au niveau local. Et un des droits fondamentaux, c'est l'éducation. Et l'éducation des filles pour garantir l'inclusivité. Et dans ma position, dans ma commune, nous avons, à partir de ces ELV, de ces examens locaux volontaires, et dans la perspective de l'élaboration de notre prochain plan de développement communal, nous avons estimé mettre davantage l'accent sur les projets de l'éducation, la construction des infrastructures pour l'éducation. Et parce que nous avons constaté que par rapport à ces droits, il faut garantir l'éducation des filles, et ce qui est une disposition durable en matière de développement. Parce que rien que pour ce projet, nous adressons directement des questions relatives à la malnutrition, parce qu'une fille éduquée, à l'avenir, c'est beaucoup d'avantages pour la société. Il y a la malnutrition, il y a les questions de santé reproductive, il y a l'égalité des genres entre hommes et femmes, il y a également les questions d'hygiène et d'assainissement, et aussi la contribution des femmes au marché du travail et de la productivité. Donc voilà un des droits qui est pris en compte à travers ce projet que nous avons pour notre prochain plan de développement communal. Un autre droit qui est pris en compte, c'est déjà dans l'unité focale qui est mise en place. Dans cette unité focale, nous avons les représentants des personnes handicapées à travers leur organisation qui est prise en compte, leur organisation en termes d'ONG qui les accompagne, qui est prise en compte dans notre unité focale. Et donc, ils sont présents et contribuent à l'analyse des résultats et aussi dans le futur à la définition des projets qui nous concernent. Donc voilà, au niveau local, la manière dont nous comptons adresser désormais à travers ce ciblage des ODD au niveau local et à travers ces examens locaux volontaires, comment nous comptons accélérer le processus d'atteinte des résultats. Merci.
Okay, thank you once again. I will just try to summarize with respect to your questions on how do we accelerate. I want to look at two issues here. First, it has to do with the awareness level, and secondly, the political will. Now, the people, we all said, should be involved in the process, but the people need to be aware of what are Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Once they are aware, they are involved, they lead the way. And then if the process is citizen-led, you don't have an issue of people, dragging their feet, in the process. That is important. Now, a strong political will is obviously very necessary, because if the government demonstrates that, then there will be the issues of the government putting in place the right policies and frameworks. The government will put in place the right resources for the implementation or the acceleration of the two agenda. Because without the commitment of government, it will be practically difficult, because we need resources to accelerate, we need resources to localize. And thirdly, we need to innovate, like I keep saying. It's very important. You cannot just say we have been doing this, we have been doing it this way, like my sister said, and then it has to continue. No, we need to adapt to the dynamics, of the environment and the context of the local government. And there it comes to the issue of we need to learn. share experience, moving forward to deliver the future that we deserve. Thank you.
Okay. In my own opinion, I think one of the ways that we can speed up progress in achieving the sustainable development goal, like you rightly said, is awareness. If you do not know the issue, you cannot bring up the solution. So awareness is very much important. And also to encourage people to take actions. It's a thing to know the problem. It's also another thing for us to have a lackadaisical approach to taking action. So if you take actions are going to interpret to outcomes and successes. So very much important. And also we should have a measurable impact goal. So how are we measuring the actions that we are taking? So when we have a measurable impact goal, we know where we are and we know what the rest of the work is. So we have done a lot of work since the beginning of the 2020 goals. But then we need to know where we are. That is a form of encouragement to people to say, we are here already. So this is the number of places that we need to touch. So it's very important. And also, lastly, we need to start taking people or holding people accountable, and how people that are responsible, we need to start, putting them in the spotlight. So you committed to this and this. Why have you not done this? You committed to this, and so we have to start holding people responsible for their promises and for their actions.
Thank you very much. Accountability, a mechanism of check and balance is very important. Esther, you're still online. You want to hear from Kenya perspective. What is the dynamic there in terms of accelerating the implementation? I know that the COG, Council of Governors, is doing a great job on the localization of the SDG. Esther, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. I don't know if you can hear me. I had
very well.
The intervention. I had some echo. You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity again to just make a few interventions. In Kenya, there's a lot of progress, particularly when it comes to the implementation of the SDGs. And just also mention that there is no a clear separation between the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2030, because they all are our aspirations. And in Kenya, we also have the Vision 2030, which is much in line with the SDGs. And also to say that with only 7 years to 2030, we cannot say that we need to start action. We actually need to accelerate action. And in Kenya, have seen this happening across the Council of Governors across the 47 counties, and we have participatory processes, planning processes, like I had mentioned before, the county integrated development plans, which take into consideration different SDGs that we need to achieve and target and indicators, but also bringing together local actors and national actors in different coordination mechanism. For example, I would give an example of the council, the county steering group, where in some of the counties, this is a very strong forum where development partners, but also the government agencies and ministries come together to enhance coordination of development plans and interventions. But also at the national level, we have various coordination mechanisms that also bring together the government and the non-state actors. But also that does not mean that a lot still doesn't need to be focused on. A lot needs to be done, especially when it comes to enhancing bottom-up and the top-down approach, especially ensuring that the community are at the center of our planning, and there's adequate and comprehensive public participation in these processes. A lot of people still don't have an understanding of how different actions at an individual level or a community level setting has an impact in, let's say, the bigger frameworks like the SDG processes. So there's need to ensure that we have a whole of society approach in this implementation and acceleration process, that everyone understands where the country needs to is headed to, but also as a planet, what our aspirations are and what we can be able to do at our individual level, but also saying that governments still have a lot of opportunity to create policy, enabling policy environment. And as a specialist in disaster risk management, I would give an example of what I have seen happening, especially with the county governments, where there has been a lot of progress in disaster risk management frameworks across the counties that help establishment
Esther,
of
please,
local...
can you conclude? Because we need to give the floor to the audience as well.
Yeah, sorry. In conclusion, I've seen some of these policy interventions by the government giving the local community an opportunity to organize and participate in planning processes. So, which also is able to reflect on what government aspirations are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard a lot from these panel members on the VLR process at the local level. A lot of inspiration, some challenges, of course, but also a clear way forward on how we should move on really making sure we are on track of these SDGs. Is there any question, any supplement from the audience? The floor is open. I can see one hand there. Okay. Okay, let's start. Is Morocco? Yeah, you have the floor, Morocco. After we have here Liberia, and we have one hand over there. But we want to hear from women as well. Huh? Thank you very much, Morocco. Yeah. Okay, we'll get back. Let's do this way. Yeah.
Donc, merci beaucoup pour la qualité de présentation qui ont été faites. Si vous voulez, juste deux petites questions. Donc, tout le monde parle d'accélérer, en fait.
You lost him, huh?
Encore une fois, merci pour la qualité des présentations, donc à tout un chacun. Donc, j'ai deux petites questions. Donc, on parlait d'accélérer en fait le processus pour atteindre des objectifs escomptés dans les délais impartis, ça veut dire d'ici 2030. Mais ma première question, comme vous savez, c'est le financement aujourd'hui, c'est le nerf de la guerre. Et je souhaite savoir au niveau de vos pays comment ça se passe concrètement. Ça veut dire, est-ce qu'il y a un transfert du financement du gouvernement central aux gouvernements locaux? Le choix en pratique pour ne pas en fait déranger, parce que, comme vous savez, si on choisit un certain nombre d'ONG et on laisse d'autres, il y a toujours des problèmes. Pourquoi je n'ai pas choisi? Pourquoi de vrais problèmes après. Donc, je souhaite savoir au niveau de...
I think it's clear the question. One is on financing. The second one is on stakeholders' participation, special selection of NGOs. We are inviting you to be very straightforward to your question. Liberia, after we go to the colleague upstairs, and I think there's one hand over there. We'll get back to you guys. Liberia, please, straightforward.
Thank you very much. I think the speakers made very key points that will help us actually accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, the Agenda 2030 and 2063. The issue of involving the local community cannot be overemphasized, because they will actually help them know their problems, and they will help to make sure that they work with the government and partners to solve some of the problems within their communities. I listened to the speakers, and they mentioned the issue of data being a challenge, especially our colleague from Kenya. And we've been doing the SDG now, the VNR for the past 2 years. I know data being a challenge for us. But I just want to get her experience as to the issue of data, the fact that there's challenges getting the data. Is that creating a situation where, the reporting on the SDGs, you are under-reporting or over-reporting? Because if you don't have the data, there might be a lot of work going on in different communities, whether with partners, because the implementation of the SDGs, the government taking the lead, but we have some partners that are working in different communities on different issues, so to collect all the data to report on progress being made, if you don't have such data, you might be under-reported. So I just want to find out what is the situation with Kenya.
Thank you very much. On the top, you introduce yourself. So I think I will get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Please, let's keep short the intervention.
Yes, I will very quickly appreciate the speakers for very brilliant, widespread interventions. And I so much appreciate the recall by the mayor that the best measure for the SDGs is at the impacts at the local communities level. And I would just like us to also understand, by the way, my name is Tabi Jordan, ambassador for the Great Green Wall. I wear different caps sitting here in a way, but very quickly, we need to change the approach of these discussions. Like we are right here in Niamey. If you walk down here by the river Niger, have you been able to observe the reality that is present there in terms of local communities, the conglomeration, the congestion of local housing, the disarticulated structures of houses? Have you taken a reference to the city of Yaoundé, the increasing degradation of the landscape, the drawdown on the reckless urbanization? Have you looked at Abuja city as the populations are rising and the different, reckless localization or urbanization that is taking place? So there is a need for us to change the approach with which we take these conversations. And we need to also acknowledge at this point that 90% of the disasters that are occurring in Africa are climate related. With that, the strong essence of all these discussions is to reduce the vulnerabilities of people and increase their resilience, especially local communities, as it is said. And I would just like to recommend that we consider mainstreaming very strongly climate and disaster risk reduction into the voluntary local review processes as a key drive or a key way forward to achieving these SDGs. And then also it is important for us to note that the status, or we need to have strong leverage of the Making Cities Resilience 2030 actions in these processes as well, with a strong intention or even motive that Africa's landscape, economic, social, is highly vulnerable, and resilience is at the heart of every action. If disaster risk reduction is not put at the forefront of everything that we are doing, then we definitely will be doing a minus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Before I go to the man, I will take my sister. Just in the back, I saw Kenya, okay. Just to be balanced, huh? I will get back to you.
Thank you. My name is Mercy Obonyo. representing the network of African National Human Rights Institutions. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. So 2 quick things, just to add my voice to what Mr. Marcel already highlighted. Issues of data are coming up, but as well the meaningful involvement of stakeholders and actors, what are the local, national, regional, and international levels. And I would just like to say that as we are involving actors, leveraging on the different capacities of the different stakeholders is also very crucial. As Marcel already mentioned, national human rights institutions, based on their role and mandate, already play a very critical role in this conversation. When we're talking about data, most of the national human rights institutions are already actively involved with the statistical offices, and this data is evidence-based. So my recommendation is we might really not have a gap. There could be a gap, yes, but if we worked together and not in silos, then we could leverage on the already existing strengths at the local and national levels. My second recommendation is we come up with very useful commitments and recommendations from these conversations, and sad enough, most times they die in these rooms. So if we could come up with very transparent accountability and implementation frameworks for us to take stock as we move this conversation forward, that would really help to ensure that we are accelerating the implementation of SDGs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I just take 2 more interventions. I know there's a lot of hands. I think 1 hour and a half is not enough, but we'll have time to interact after the break or in the copy place. So you have the floor, 1 minute maximum. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Martin Sunke from Cameroon, Africa Development to Change Network, one of the co-chairs of the African Renewal Mechanism on the major groups. I want to thank the panelists. Plan. How much are they linked to the national evaluation process? That's one thing. And from there, I want also to touch on the way they've been able to translate the SDGs into something that is understandable at local level. We know there is an experience in Cameroon, for instance, where that has been translated, the indicators have been translated into 51 simple indicators for the people at the grassroots to be able to use as a way to understand and evaluate the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me take the last intervention, Kenya, here, until we give the floor back to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. My name is Florence Sevuo. I just wanted to make a clarification about the Kenyan process. And I'll start by saying that Kenya prides itself for a whole of society and all of government approach, whereby we have the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs that brings together private sector, academia, civil society, the national government, but also the subnational government, which is the county. Question was asked to Kenya about the data process. And just to clarify that we recently launched in 2021 May, the Kenya Quality Assurance Framework that seeks to bring together different stakeholders, especially those from non-state actors, like the civil society organizations, to contribute formally to the National Bureau of Statistics process, whereby the data that is produced by like civil society organizations or other stakeholders can follow the government's quality insurance framework, and that data can be considered to be fit for use on issues of SDGs. This has really provided an opportunity for issues of SDG increase data sets. And so far, Kenya is monitoring around 136 indicators from the 232 indicators of SDGs, which is a big progress, considering that this is a review that was done currently. Lastly, just to say that there's a lot of engagement, especially for community engagement at a local level. We have community dialogues that engage citizens across the 47 counties. And this brings together citizens that have never been to conferences and ensuring that they can speak in their local languages and also use of local media. And this has really ensured that SDG awareness is experienced at local level. The last thing I'd say is the VNR, the local voluntary review. We've had that over 6 counties in Kenya. And this year, there are more counties that are lined up. And Kenya has been able to report in 2017 and 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from experience, Konya. Unfortunately, I have to stop because we are limited by time. So let me revert back to the panelists. You heard a lot of questions, financing, stakeholder composition, new paradigm on action, take into consideration disaster risk reduction and climate change issues. You heard the relationship between national and local, data qualities. I think those are some questions. This is the last round. I'll give you the floor for 30 minutes to try to answer what you can answer. But I think the financing element is important. And let me start with the mayor of Benin to give us his perspective on financing. Or you have the mic, please proceed. Before we give back the chair to conclude this session. Yeah.
Okay. Oui, merci beaucoup. Les préoccupations étaient vraiment très pertinentes et cela cadre effectivement avec ce que nous avons vécu dans notre expérience d'examen local volontaire. Il y a la préoccupation du financement et l'intervenant a voulu savoir s'il y a des transferts de ressources. Je voudrais dire ici et remercier les Nations Unies que cet exercice que nous avons eu à faire, on l'a fait grâce à l'appui de la Direction générale des ODD et à travers, par rapport au financement, l'appui du système des Nations Unies. Et notre recommandation, c'est que pour accélérer ce processus, il faut réellement que on accompagne l'État au plan national, soit prenne à la mesure en accompagnant techniquement et financièrement ce processus pour les autres communes, puisque pour cette première expérience, nous sommes un certain nombre de communes, environ 4, qui avons procédé à l'élaboration des examens locaux de façon entière. Donc, la question du financement reste entière. Et au niveau local, nous avons aussi notre contribution à jouer. Et ce que nous avons retenu, c'est que nous devons relire notre plan triennal de mobilisation de ressources propres afin de pouvoir accompagner les projets et programmes que nous allons programmer dans notre prochain plan de développement communal. Donc, le processus d'accélération est sujet au financement. Et donc, nous pensons, ici, que tout en remerciant les Nations Unies, nos États doivent prendre la mesure et financièrement et techniquement accompagner le processus.
Merci, monsieur le maire. Je vais passer à mon frère Gambia. Boka, Khalis bi fu muy jóge.
Okay, thank you once again, Cecilia. I just wanted to concur with the gentleman who talks about the need to change in the approach to the conversations. And that is quite very, very significant because we need to change the approach. We need to ensure that making cities resilient 2030 priorities are also mainstream, you know, in these two agenda, because it is very important. Like he said, you know, cities are faced with multiple crises. So therefore, there is a need for us to innovate equally, but also to incorporate the MCR 2030, you know, blueprint into the programs and activities of the local and regional governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe from your perspective, those issues raised on DDR, the new paradigm we need from the grads perspective, maybe you can answer to this question.
Talking about the new perspective that we need when it comes to VNR, I think I mentioned that earlier, and that is also knowing where we are at this point so that we can know where we are going to, and also taking into consideration data that we have so that it can guide the new approach into accelerating and speeding up the progress for the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you very much. Marcel, human rights has been all over in this discussion. It seems to be the bedrock for the voluntary local review. What is your last word and your answer to those contributions after we close?
No, thank you. Two things. I would again emphasize and re-emphasize on the necessity to keep human rights central to all the SDG implementation processes, including both the Vienna and then the Vienna. This is critical because this is the only one way that we can be able to accommodate those who are left behind and then those who are left further behind. Secondly, I think that the question is not really anymore about a paradigm shift. It is about responsibility and then accountability. How much whatever we decide as a state, we are able to achieve rather than really thinking about shifting system that at the end of the day doesn't meet the priority and the desire of the people. Last year, we have the same conversation. We are having the same conversation here this year. And if we are not pragmatic and then put people at the center of the implementation process, we will be speaking the same thing next year, the day after next year, and then it will be really end at the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. Colleague, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our panelists for this very constructive discussion. Madam Chair, I don't think I can summarize whatever I heard here, but maybe just some highlight on the important point and emerging question. One, it is important action, and translate those principles into action on the ground, whether it is service delivery, whether it is patch pay is very important. The second point, education and communication, it is fundamental. It seems that people are still struggling to understand what is there on those principles, and aspiration from SDGs and Vision 2063, how we can strengthen and amplify communication, raising awareness on those particular matters and linking to education. I like the point raised by the mayors of Benin on the action taking on developing program and project to make sure people are educated at all level. And last point, the role of youth and women and disabled person. And I think in a continent where we have more than 60% composed of youth, we need to give attention, which means that the supply demand that come from those particular persons, and also take into consideration the risk associated to that, which means that the message we are giving to the organizers of the forum, inclusivity, and take into consideration the need of you, not only on the voluntary, but in terms of action, in terms of improving living condition. I think those are just key messages I would like to highlight, Madam Chair. Back to you, the floor, for the closing of this session.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Oumar Sylla, pour votre modération. Et je voudrais remercier tous les orateurs et tous les participants ici pour leurs précieux conseils. Quand nous savons que beaucoup de points ont été abordés pour accélérer en tout cas l'action locale, nous avons retenu beaucoup de propositions de nos orateurs ici en termes de l'intégration des droits de l'homme, l'inclusion sociale, notamment les jeunes filles et les personnes en situation d'handicap. Nous avons retenu aussi l'implication des décideurs comme les ministères concernés dans la mise en œuvre des plans, programmes et projets en lien avec le développement au niveau local. Et nous avons aussi retenu l'engagement et la responsabilité des gouvernements locaux à contribuer, en plus des partenaires techniques et financiers, dans le financement des projets, plans et développement au niveau local. Donc vraiment, merci beaucoup, chers panélistes, et merci aussi pour les participants qui ont eu à contribuer à leur façon, en posant des questions et en amenant aussi quelques contributions. Merci encore, M. Silla, pour votre modération. Nous sommes au terme, mesdames et messieurs distingués participants, au terme de notre session. Et je voudrais demander si le secrétariat a-t-il une information à passer en attendant de lever la séance. Le secrétariat? Non, il me semble. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, merci pour votre attention et votre patience. La séance est levée.
Okay. All right. This person.
I'm not sure. There is a. I think so. There is another member of you. Then essentially all you need to say is you also have this of the old one. You know him. Just say I am.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous allons démarrer tout de suite le panel plénière sur les statistiques et je passerai la parole très prochainement à Son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre d'État pour le plan de l'Éthiopie qui représente le bureau à la place de Son Excellence, Madame la ministre de l'Environnement. Mais avant de lui passer la parole, je voudrais vous informer des salles pour les sessions en parallèle qui auront lieu cet après-midi. Nous avons la session sur l'ODD 17, sur les partenariats, qui aura lieu dans cette salle, la salle Mahatma Gandhi en plénière. Nous avons les 4 autres sessions parallèles qui auront lieu au Palais des Congrès. Celui sur l'ODD 6, sur l'eau, aura lieu dans la salle huis clos du Palais des Congrès. La session sur l'ODD 11 aura lieu dans la salle de commission 1, dans le Palais de Congrès. La session sur l'ODD 7 aura lieu en salle de commission 2, encore au Palais de Congrès. Et la session sur l'ODD 9 aura lieu dans la salle de commission 3 au Palais des Congrès. Vous pouvez vérifier vos mails parce qu'il y aura un message qui est envoyé avec ces adresses. Mais je répète, ODD 17, ici, dans la salle Mahatma Gandhi. ODD 6, salle huis clos, Palais des Congrès. ODD 11, salle de commission 1, Palais des Congrès. ODD 7, salle de commission 2, Palais des Congrès. ODD 9, salle de commission 3, Palais des Congrès. Alors, à part le ODD 17, toutes les autres sessions sont dans des salles, dans les palais de congrès. Je vous remercie. I would now like to just hand over to His Excellency, the Minister of State for Planning of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who will be standing in as chair of this session as member of the Bureau, before handing over to the moderator for the continuation of the panel. Your Excellency, Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. So, as a member of the Bureau for this year, Madam Minister is out for an urgent assignment. So, without further ado, as a matter of procedure, I pass to the moderator. I'm also part of the panelists, so yeah, I deliver it that way. So, pass to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss one of perhaps the most important, topic for this plenary, which is on rethinking data availability and data systems in Africa, to address the multiple shocks and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063. So with me here, maybe to begin, is to introduce briefly my distinguished panelists, starting with the chair, His Excellency Mr. Namera Gibaye, who is a State Minister of National Development Planning in Ethiopia. The next on our panel is Madam Anna Taura Laura, who is currently the UN Resident Coordinator at Interim and the FAO Resident Representative. She will be joining us virtually from Cape Verde. Then we have Ms. Aminata Takubakoye Bareima, who is the Director General of the National Statistical Office in Niger. You're welcome, Madam. The next panelist we have at my far right is Mrs. Lydia Zigomo, who is the UNFPA Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office. You're welcome, Madam. On this, the second from my right, we have Miss Grace Kuchulesi, who is the Director of Development Planning in the Planning Commission in Malawi. And on my far right, we have two gentlemen. One is Mr. Stephen Chacha, who is the Director for the East African Hub Development Initiative, and Mr. Cecile Napo, who is the Chairperson of the Executive Committee of the Takwimu Young African Statisticians Program, and is here to represent the young statisticians in Africa. So you are most welcome. Just to give a ride, as the old adage says that if you can't measure it, then you cannot plan for it. So today we are here to look at the important role that data and statistical systems in Africa play in the monitoring and the planning for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Agenda 2063. We'll be looking at the road that Africa has traveled in strengthening statistical systems in Africa, but more importantly, also to look at the emerging challenges, the emerging gaps, and the opportunity, for making progress in the way we collect data, the more we process the data, the way we disaggregate it so that it can be useful for the monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063, both at the regional, national, and sub-national levels. To start the panel, I will ask, and I hope that Anna Laura is online to begin with our intervention, basically sharing with us how accurate data and statistics can be strengthened, to support the implementation and monitoring of the two agendas, the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and the Sustainable Development Goals, which is Agenda 2030. Mrs. Tauza? Okay, maybe she's not yet connected. Let me proceed and give the floor to my sister here, Amanita, who is going to share with us the status, opportunities, and challenges of increasing data availability and strengthening data systems here in Niger, giving us the historical context, but as well as shedding light on the key challenges that we face here in Niger when it comes to data and statistical systems. Amanita, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. C'est pour moi un véritable honneur de participer à ce panel de discussion avec des expertises de ce haut niveau, ainsi que les personnalités qui ont bien voulu faire le déplacement du Niger. Donc, merci beaucoup pour cette invitation qui nous permet d'échanger aussi les expériences avec les différents pays qui ont fait le déplacement pour ce forum. Je pense que il y a un constat qui nous a amené déjà à faire ce panel, c'est que
la disponibilité de données statistiques de bonne qualité est essentielle pour soutenir l'adaptation aux risques, à l'atténuation par rapport au changement climatique, tout comme c'est important pour mesurer la croissance économique, le développement social. Mais pour le faire, les pays ont besoin de plus que les systèmes classiques. Nous avons nos systèmes statistiques classiques, mais nous sommes appelés à réinventer et à réorganiser ces systèmes pour parvenir à des systèmes nationaux intégrés qui pourront prendre en compte toutes les parties prenantes, y compris le secteur privé, le secteur de la recherche et même les citoyens et la société civile, et qui pourront aussi intégrer des nouvelles méthodes de collecte de données sur lesquelles je reviendrai par rapport aux questions des opportunités. Mais pour que nous puissions parvenir à cela, il faut déjà que nous puissions asseoir des systèmes nationaux intégrés. Mais quand on apprécie à partir des différents indicateurs que produisent les institutions, aussi bien nos institutions nationales que les institutions régionales ou mondiales, les indices des capacités statistiques de nos pays africains restent encore faibles. C'est vrai que nous avons enregistré des grands progrès au cours des 20 dernières années à travers les différentes réformes des systèmes statistiques nationaux. Pour le cas du Niger, la réforme date de 2004. C'est le cas aussi de plusieurs autres pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Mais nos indices restent faibles en termes de capacité statistique parce qu'il y a encore de nombreux défis. Nous avons des défis liés à la faiblesse du dispositif organisationnel et institutionnel, notamment l'absence parfois de textes par rapport même au suivi des objectifs de développement durable et de l'agenda 2063. Nous ne disposons pas nécessairement dans tous les pays de cadres organisationnels fédérés qui permet non seulement le suivi des ODD, mais aussi les situations très particulières liées au changement climatique. Nous avons aussi des défis liés à l'organisation même de ces systèmes à travers l'irrégularité de la production statistique, la faiblesse relative aussi à l'accessibilité des données. Parfois, nous avons des masses importantes de données, mais qui sont même parfois sur les sites web des instituts nationaux de statistique, mais malheureusement, l'accès n'est pas intuitif, la navigation n'est pas facile. Donc, sauf pour des experts, donc les citoyens lambda qui ont besoin de ces données, particulièrement pour ces questions très particulières de changement climatique, n'ont pas nécessairement les capacités pour pouvoir prendre les informations, les intégrer dans leur vie et s'adapter. Nous avons aussi les défis même liés au calendrier de production statistique qui ne sont pas nécessairement harmonisés, synchronisés avec les besoins des différents utilisateurs, que ce soit déjà au niveau national pour les décideurs par rapport à certaines situations de crise, mais aussi même pour le suivi des différents indicateurs de développement. Il y a aussi, au-delà des décideurs, au niveau des citoyens, de la société civile, parfois les calendriers dans lesquels nos instituts nationaux de statistique produisent et diffusent les données ne répondent plus à la réalité maintenant où on a besoin d'informations en temps réel. surtout pour des questions très spécifiques liées à la gestion de crise, par rapport, par exemple, à des situations d'inondation. On a besoin d'informations en temps réel. Ce ne sont pas des informations qu'il faut commencer à produire. C'est pas au moment où il y a les inondations qu'il faut définir une enquête, une méthodologie de collecte des données. Il faut disposer d'outils pratiques, simples, accessibles pour collecter les données. Donc, il y a ce défi important lié à la disponibilité. Je parle aussi des défis, déjà j'ai parlé des défis liés à l'accessibilité, mais au-delà de tout, tout ce qui explique aussi cette situation, c'est les défis liés aux ressources, à la stabilité des ressources. Nos instituts ont enregistré des améliorations sensibles des budgets, des financements, mais l'autonomie de financement des grandes opérations statistiques reste encore assez faible. Et je parle par exemple directement des cas comme le Niger. L'une des sources de données les plus importantes par rapport à l'utilisation des ressources naturelles, par rapport à l'évolution des changements climatiques, etc., la première source qui permettra même de faire des analyses, c'est le recensement général de l'agriculture, du cheptel et de l'environnement. Le dernier, pour le Niger, date de 2005. Entre-temps, la situation a fortement changé. Nous sommes en train de préparer un nouveau recensement 2023-2024, mais avec énormément de difficultés de mobilisation de ressources, aussi bien au niveau des partenaires qu'au niveau national. C'est un défi critique. C'est un des plus grands problèmes par rapport à la disponibilité de données. Mais au-delà de ces défis de ressources financières, il y a aussi les défis des ressources humaines. Le métier du statisticien a changé entre ce que nous avons peut-être appris, notre génération ou même les générations avant nous, et maintenant avec la production de données, les data science, l'intelligence artificielle, les données géospatiales, télédétection, etc., ce n'est plus les mêmes données. C'est peut-être les mêmes principes statistiques, mais l'approche, les outils sont différents. Et cela demande un investissement énorme pour nos pays en termes de formation, de recyclage et de reprise même de l'organisation institutionnelle et de la gestion des ressources humaines. C'est un défi très important qui devrait nous permettre, si nous arrivons à le relever, à répondre à la question de la disponibilité des données statistiques. Mais face à ces défis, puisque je parle déjà des big data, nous avons des opportunités. Les opportunités, c'est déjà l'utilisation du numérique. Nous n'avons pas attendu. Nos pays ont commencé à les prendre en compte. Déjà, la collecte des données sur les tablettes est une réalité, en tout cas pour le cas du Niger, même dans le domaine agricole. Les enquêtes agricoles sont maintenant réalisées à partir des données tablettes, ce qui réduit sensiblement le temps de collecte et qui améliore la qualité des données. Nous avons donc la question aussi de la digitalisation de la diffusion, l'accessibilité des données. C'est une opportunité importante avec différents projets qui sont mis en place pour faciliter l'accès aux données et les rendre plus faciles à la consommation du grand public. Il y a des opportunités aussi liées aux différents agendas. Nous avons les agendas des recensements de la population. Nous avons démarré avec les recensements de 2020. Nous sommes en train de travailler pratiquement dans toute la sous-région pour utiliser le numérique pour collecter les données à travers des données de recensement généraux de la population et de l'habitat. Certains pays ont fini. Le Niger est présentement dans la phase de cartographie. C'est une opportunité très importante parce que cela donne des sources de données géoréférencées et beaucoup de meilleure qualité qui sont aussi très utiles pour les analyses et les prévisions, même dans les modèles liés au changement climatique. Il y a aussi les opportunités liées à la décentralisation. Le panel précédent avait posé ces questionnements. Nous avons des données infranationales que nous commençons à mettre à la disposition des mairies et des différents utilisateurs. Nous avons des opportunités aussi liées aux partenaires qui s'intéressent encore plus aux données statistiques pour l'élaboration des programmes, pour le suivi et évaluation des programmes et projets. Mais au-delà de tout, les opportunités, c'est au niveau des gouvernements qui sont obligés, avec la démocratie, de rendre compte que ce soit dans les situations normales, mais surtout de rendre compte dans les situations de crise, ce qui leur impose de soutenir les instituts nationaux de statistiques pour produire des données de qualité et les mettre à la disposition des politiques publiques. Je pense que ce sont les quelques points que je peux évoquer. Je peux bien sûr revenir après avoir laissé la parole à nos invités. Merci.
Thank you very much. A very, very comprehensive, coverage of the status and the challenges of data systems in Niger. And I think most of these do reflect the challenges that we find in other countries. Data availability and quality, the traditional systems of data collection, the lack of a framework, for collecting SDG-specific data, was highlighted. The irregular nature of funding data collection interventions, and the lack of harmonization of data systems, I think at national level, subnational level, and across sectors. And I think this is extremely important in the sense that some ministries do have, data compilation responsibilities, but these are not harmonized with the central data collection systems. I will be calling on my colleague from Malawi to give us a national perspective on the lessons that have been generated in her country and how Malawi is trying to invest in data collection and data systems to make data more available for the purpose of planning, not only for national development planning, but also for planning on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. So Grace, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, and also thank you so much, Chair. I would like to appreciate the ECA for giving Malawi an opportunity to contribute to this conversation. So to put my submission in context, I would like to begin by sharing our experiences and lessons learned more generally in as far as how data has been important in our national development processes. So as a country, we are currently pursuing an inclusively worthy and self-reliance agenda. We have a vision which is called Malawi 2063. So in this vision, Malawians have agreed that they would like to have an industrialized upper middle income economy by the year 2063. So within this policy framework, the first lesson that I would like to highlight to this forum is that domestication of SDGs and Agenda 2063 help in harmonizing data needs for the implementation of the national development plans. In Malawi, we have deliberately domesticated the SDGs and Agenda 2063 in our national development plan, just to make sure that as we are implementing the national development plan, we are also implementing our 2 important regional and global goals. With support from ECA, we did an exercise where we we assessed the alignment of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 in our national development plans. So I believe that ECA is still providing this technical support. They might correct me, but if you'd be interested, you might want to also check with them just to check if they can support your countries in checking or assessing the alignment that is there between your national development plans and the Sustainable Development Goals. But what we found from this exercise is that our national development plan is aligned to the SDGs at 82%. That is at goal level, even though the assessment was done at goal level, at target level, as well as at indicator level. With respect to Agenda 2063, we found that we are aligned at 75%. So this exercise has really helped us to review some of the data gaps that are there, because some of the misalignment that we see is actually due to the unavailability of data that the Director General here has also highlighted as one of the challenges. So basically the lesson that I would like to highlight from this exercise is that alignment of our national development plans to the regional and global goals can also help us in harmonizing our data collection systems, so that as we are collecting for our national development plans, we are also at the same time being efficient in collecting for the regional as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. So that also helps us in tracking progress of these development plans. The second lesson that I would like to share is with respect to the disaggregation of data. This aspect has kept on coming up in this forum, but I basically want to say that actually, indeed, I would like to agree that disaggregation of data is key for designing targeted interventions and tracking the extent to which those targeted interventions are being implemented. So again, going back to our National Development Plan, Malawi 2063, it is a youth-centric vision. So basically what this means is that we have put the young people at the center of implementation. And basically, if we are deliberate in collecting disaggregated data by age, we are going to also be able to see if the young people are being involved and are taking part in the implementation of the SDGs as well as the Agenda 2063. The third component is on the importance of data in decision making. So recently, in 2022, Malawi also conducted the voluntary national review. And we made a presentation at the 2022 High-Level Political Forum in New York. But what I want to highlight from that exercise is that some of the Sustainable Development Goals, including Goal 11, Sustainable Cities, we were not able to determine the progress that we have made. And one of the reasons was because of insufficient data. So this just means that if we do not collect data that is going to help us with tracking progress, then it is going to be very difficult for us to even make decisions in terms of where we should put our efforts if that particular goal is lagging behind. So that is also a very important point in making sure that our data collection systems are speaking to the needs or are aligned to the national development plans as well as the SDGs and the 2063, so that we do not lose track of the implementation of these of the goals. Malawi has also developed an M&E framework to track the progress of the SDGs, the Agenda 2063, and also our National Development Plan. So this framework is actually a dashboard which can be monitored in real time. So what we have seen is that this is going to promote accountability by all implementing stakeholders to make sure that they are actually implementing. But in addition to that, it is also going to help us in terms of allocating resources where effort need to be emphasized. So I thought that I should share these experiences more generally in terms of how we have found data in our national development processes. However, Chair, Moderator, focusing on the issue which is at hand today, which is the issue of multiple shocks, it is very clear that the data challenges that have been highlighted by the Director General of the National Statistics Office here are going to be multiplied. So, for example, one of the shocks that Malawi continuously experiences is regards to the vulnerabilities to floods, droughts, and also strong winds. And basically, these are mostly associated with the tropical cyclones that we keep on experiencing. But then what this has resulted into is loss of life as well as disruption of livelihoods. So some of the key challenges have been limited early warning systems, inadequate preparedness, and also inadequate recovery capacity. And so I just wanted to make 4 very brief recommendations in terms of how we should be looking at data systems in relation to the multiple shocks that we continue to face and also that we'll be facing in the future. So the first one is the recommendation we are making is that our African countries should invest in real-time data systems that are modern, flexible, adaptable, but also broad. So one of these aspects could be, for example, investments in digital technologies. So that could be one area of investment. But the second recommendation is the partnerships. We do find that partnerships are key because, for example, in terms of the technologies that we are talking about, then private sector could be important in making sure that people are receiving the information that they need and also that they know how they are going to use that information. So private sector is just one key partner that we need to work with in this data ecosystem. But generally, all key stakeholders that have a stake in the data ecosystem need to be taken on board. In Malawi, we have also tried to come up with a coordination framework that is taking on board all the stakeholders, both state and non-state, so that as we are reporting on progress, whether it is on the national development plans or within or on the sustainable development goals or on the Agenda 2063, we are also incorporating the efforts that are being made by non-state actors as well. The third recommendation I have the third one is that there should be harmonization of administrative data with national statistics. So basically what this means is that the national statistic offices in our various African countries should have very clear memorandum of understanding on how they are going to integrate the administrative data as well as the national statistics so that they should better respond to the shocks that we experience, but also prepare before they even hit. And finally, our African countries should also invest in capacity building. Again, the previous speaker did mention about the gaps that are there in terms of capacities. So if we make concerted investments in the areas of data generation, data sharing, as well as data reporting and data use, we are going to be able to meet the data needs that are going to be presented by the current as well as the future crisis. And these capacities should also be built at the local capacity, at the local levels. Thank you very much, moderator. I submit.
Excellent interventions. Thank you very much. You highlight, some of the key recommendations that can be taken on board to strengthen data systems in Africa and in our countries. Taking a leap from your presentation, I'll be asking His Excellency, the Minister from Ethiopia, to perhaps share with us the Ethiopian experience, but also to highlight how Ethiopia has dealt with issues of data when it comes to climate information data systems. I'm aware that Ethiopia is one of the countries that implemented the green, climate resilient green economy, maybe 5 years ago. And some of the key elements in there was to collect climate data, to be able to, document the impacts of climate change, the crisis responses and things like that. So as you respond on the nature of the statistical systems in Ethiopia, do share with us some of your lessons when it comes to collecting analysis of climate information for planning. Your Excellency, of the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what I would like to do is, I try to make more a general, observations at the African level, and in some of the areas also trying to reflect on the context that we deal as Ethiopians from statistics point of view, and also managing, our development through planning, programming, and project designing in that sense. One of the good things I appreciate, of this subject to be, seen as an agenda for us to be able to collectively discuss and have a collective voice is one of the major challenges we as Africans, especially when we speak about our long-term, sustainable development goals and national aspirations to become, prosper, is the challenge with information, data, and statistics. So such platforms, should give us an opportunity where we can have a common framework, common thinking to which, we can voice collectively, because sharing experiences from each other pretty much, over the past 1 decade or so during this, SDG, we've been discussing, but the challenge still remains there. And the next frontier for Africa is to be able to have that collective, voice and idea, how to, tackle all those challenges. My colleagues on the podium here from Niger and Malawi, flagged it, the issue brilliantly, and so many, other countries would share, that experiences, so the level of, the challenges would probably be, different. So in that context, of course, as I was trying to put it, this is one of the key imperatives that we should, give emphasis to. For example, before the tea break, we were discussing about the domestication of SDGs, not only domesticating in the national development programs, but also trying to measure the successes of those, targets at the very local level. So this makes it really, interesting to put the context in the framework of information, data, and statistics, because without that landscape, radically transformed, we cannot be able to really measure what we've set as a target, be it in the SDG, in our national development programs, and also at the subnational and local levels. One of the things that also makes it interesting is SDG goes with the motto of leaving no one behind. Leaving no one behind as a motto, trying to measure, how much we really achieved along those goals will really require to be able to have an accurate, timely, sufficiently disaggregated, if possible at the individual level. Information, data, and statistics should be gathered and track our progresses and see the effective implementation of these global, regional agendas as well as our own respective national domestic agendas. So this really makes it the data and the statistics one of the key indispensable or essential issue that we should be paying attention to it. Of course, over the past 1 decade, there were progresses in terms of making data available, improve the qualities, at the African level, at the same time trying to build the capacities of national statistical systems and offices, at each, country's level. But when it comes to coordination, coordination, of course, within the country, across countries, and also going beyond countries, looking at the global level, this is one of the major Achilles heels for whatever global perspective to track the progresses of SDGs. Unless otherwise we have those accurate, timely data and sufficiently disaggregated or a comprehensive data, no one could be able to really track the progresses in its full picture. So, of course, even though there are some improvements at the country level, looking at the experiences and lessons learned over the past years, especially as I mentioned earlier, seeing it as a collective voice, I think the best thing to look on such platforms is evaluating the 2017 Cape Town Global Action Plan for Sustainable Development Data, because we've been talking about this challenge over the past decades, and one needs to really properly evaluate those action plans. Those action plans that properly identify the challenges that we had when we started off these Sustainable Development Goals, when we started off the Agenda 2063. Fortunately enough, probably for those of you guys who didn't know this Global Action Plan for Sustainable Data, it was an action plan that we came together as global communities, assessed our statistical data landscape and challenges, put forward strategic areas on which we should be focusing individually as a countries, collectively as a region, and also as a global international community. Brilliantly analyzed the problems and set there the challenges that low-income countries such as Africans face, and also have an objectives and programs and projects suggest on how to be able to develop the statistical capacities of countries, and in terms of generating quality data, in terms of code and practice in relation to data and the statistics, and also the comprehensiveness or the level of disaggregation we really need data to progress the tracks. Unfortunately, last year there was a survey undertaken. It's a global survey. The respondents were national statistical organizations in each country. So they were interviewed along those strategic areas that were put forward back in 2017 in Cape Town, brought together as a global action plan. That survey really shocks us. It paints a very mixed picture of the progresses that we've made over the past 5 years. And that is a major challenge, confronting us or constraining us in terms of successfully implementing our domestic, regional, and global, sustainable development goals. Of course, as I said earlier, there are steady improvements, over the past years across different countries. But nevertheless, the result is found in this survey, especially, categorized into 4 areas. Almost more than 2/3 of African countries have no up-to-date legal frameworks on which they manage, their national statistical system. No binding legal frameworks. Legal frameworks in which we set, code of practices and the quality assurance, frameworks. And this is quite really, shocking. Speaking about this action plan being, more than 5 years now. The second problem, mentioned and put forward was the issue of financing. Of course, we always speak of trying to mobilize resources externally, but from a domestic sense, in our budgeting system, we have no framework in which we invest in statistics, in surveys, censuses, and other data generating mechanisms. More specifically, very challenging in the African context, especially a more disaggregated surveys, censuses are rarely prioritized in terms of budgeting system in African level. The same experience from my country's context as well. The other is the issue of technical and institutional capacities, of course, mentioned earlier, nicely. This is also one of the key areas, put forward in that survey. The other is the coordination issue, coordination within the country and also within the country in a sense of data is not supposed to be generated or produced by a government or public authorities. There are different actors within a particular context or country, and all those development practitioners often generate data, statistics. But the problem is where there is no clear legal frameworks and quality assurance framework of the lady or the lady from Kenya mentioning in the morning before the tea. That is where the challenge is facing Africa. Data can be generated by so many stakeholders, but where there is no that coordination, coordinative effort and framework, it would be very difficult to really build the technical and institutional capacities. But the same coordination problem is between national statistics organizations and global partners in that sense. So thinking the way forward, I still insist for such forum to have a collective voice and really push for the successful implementation of the 2017 Cape Town Global Action for Sustainable Data. For us, creating such platforms and poking the challenges here and there cannot really, bring the results that we want. And I also encourage the presidency of this year to make this one of the key imperative, the African voice, to really go forward with those, strategic areas identified in that global action plan. In terms of strengthening our domestic statistical systems, trying to also introduce technologies and new skills, new data sets into our national statistical systems, integrating our surveys in all dimensions, not only surveys, but also building the capacities of our administrative registries, administrative data. And this is, what I put forward as a panel, as also member of this presidency, that we need to really make a collective effort on this and mobilize resources and coordinate efforts in order to bring the required, results that we really need in order to really transform African statistical landscape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. For those interventions and lessons from Ethiopia. I take a lead from your presentation, when you talk about the global action to improve data systems, but also improve the credibility of the data. On the other hand, the data needs are at different levels, at the national level, subnational level, at regional level and at a global level. So the question then becomes, how do we harmonize data capacities across Africa to be able to generate data and statistics that can be aggregated to be able to have a decision on how Africa is doing, one, on SDGs, on a 2063 agenda, and in terms of responding to the emerging challenges of climate change, health risks and the pandemics, and things like that. So I'll be posing a critical question to UNFPA from the perspective that UNFPA has been championing support to statistical systems in Africa, especially when it comes to the collection of population and health statistics, through the popularly called DHS. And the methodology has been harmonized across Africa. Therefore, the outputs and the data becomes easier to be comparable and to be analyzed. So let me pass the floor to my colleague, Lydia, who is the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa for the United Nations Fund for Population in Africa. So Lydia, can you respond and give us your country and regional experiences when it comes to improving data quality and the harmonization of data systems in Africa?
Thanks very much. I think the speakers before me have given quite a lot of country level examples, but also some have gone further than that to looking at it from a continental and global level. So I'll try not to repeat, but I think some of the issues they've raised are very much in line with what we as UNFPA have found to be the case on the ground. So in terms of, and I wanted to highlight something that I think we must acknowledge in the room. So in terms of, there are two things in particular. In terms of national censuses and population censuses and household surveys, those are the main ways in which data is often collected. And they're generally at the first administrative level, which is the national level. The challenge is, of course, that these types of data collections are done every 5 to 10 years. That is even in the best of circumstances and is not yet necessarily the norm in all countries in Africa. It's particularly challenged in humanitarian crisis-affected countries that you may find that actually no census or household survey has taken place for decades. The second is the impact of COVID I wanted to bring in the room, because I think COVID disrupted quite a lot in this area of data and statistics, and we need to acknowledge that. So when you talk about tracking progress against the SDGs and the Agenda 2063, an example that's worth mentioning is that 91% of national development strategies that I think our Malawi colleague Grace was talking about and giving quite a lot of information on the Malawi situation. But a lot of those national development strategies that were approved after 2015, so hopefully in line and aligned to the SDGs and increasingly to Agendas 2063, only while they referenced the SDGs, by 2021, only 35% of developing countries were able to report having adequate data and systems to track the implementation of those national development strategies. So I think the point that was being made by the Ethiopia colleague about the role of institutionalization is absolutely key. And we have noted that sometimes we need to work with not just the National Statistics offices, but also the ministries of finance, because resource allocation at a national level generally happens through the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance plays a key role in enabling the institutionalization of regular resources that are earmarked to ensure that national statistical offices can do their job. If that is not in place, then national statistical offices are relying, and yes, on development partners like ourselves to fill the gap. But the challenge with that is that it's not then institutionalized as a norm in that country. And every time we're coming to these big censuses or surveys, it requires a lot of effort to mobilize the right resources, have the right technical capacities in place, the right equipment to actually then be able to get the job done. So I think also the point that the Ethiopian colleague was saying about national laws comes in again. So this is part of the institutionalization. What is the regulatory framework around which then these types of big exercises are done and understood? And do we have to keep changing the parameters of what is being measured all the time? Because sometimes it can take even a couple of years to agree the parameters of what a census or survey should cover. And in that time, we're losing time when we should be measuring and tracking progress and ensuring that investments are not being lost and are targeted appropriately, as my colleagues from Niger and Malawi were also talking about. But as I said, COVID-19 really exposed the weaknesses of such statistical systems in Africa. The entire statistical systems in developing countries were brought to a halt. A number of countries postponed their data collection activities, including population and housing censuses. Household-based sample surveys and even vital statistics were brought to a halt. Now we're starting again. So you'll find that a lot of countries are now trying to plan for those censuses that were put on hold. We're trying to revamp again the civil registration system and get it moving. But we certainly have lost time over the last 3 years because of the COVID pandemic, and it's worth acknowledging. Then moving on to, besides those 2 points, moving on to some of the issues I think we are challenged with and grappling with, but there are some good examples. You mentioned the health management information systems. Those, I think, are a good example of more routine administrative level systems that we should be investing in. And as you know, it's not just in health, there's education, and you're mentioning climate change could be another. So there are a number of areas in which routine administrative level systems for data collection is important, such that we have data that's more timely and allows for more agile planning and decision-making and targeting of resources. Because if we're waiting for just every 5 to 10 years for data to come, by the time it comes, it's pretty historical. And it's not agile enough to take on board the contexts which are happening. So we have noted the need to look at the data collection for development contexts, humanitarian contexts, and peace contexts, and actually understand that these are not necessarily one and the same. So this raises beyond the DHS, which is a very good example of a good system that is working across most of Africa. But remember that it has required sustained investment and support. USAID is one of the key supporters of that with other partners. So it is possible, but it has required sustained, and it does require sustained, predictable resourcing and the building up of the technical capacities, making sure that we are creating standardized indicators across which we are able to measure so we can actually track progress. And that where necessary, I think we need to do better is on linking with other systems, something my former colleagues have also mentioned. So the interoperability of data systems is important in this space, because no one data system is probably going to capture everything you need. You'd overload it. So how do you ensure that the systems are talking to each other such that decision makers, policy makers, programmers are getting the right information at the right time? But also that requires regulation so that access to that information, those data platforms, is clear, who can access, availability of the data, quality of it, and how it's used. So you do need some level of data protection, security, and regulation to be in place, so that it's not a free-for-all, but it also allows for a systematic and clear, transparent way in which all actors, because we're talking here of member states, but also non-state actors, development partners, private sector, and might I add, in my opinion, the youth, because I found that they have come up in the digital aid, they're very good at some of the solutions we need in some of our countries. So the hackathons that are often carried out have revealed the type of skills that young people have working with digital to come up with solutions in many of the areas where we're lacking information or we need to strengthen our information systems. So I think this is important. The other area that, talking from a humanitarian context, which we note work needs to be done. It is in place in a number of countries. I think Ethiopia is one, Kenya is another. Vulnerability assessments are important because they also are another way in which you have that more agile, contextual information being gathered, data being gathered, which can be utilized to target and even to anticipate crisis events. And therefore, these types of surveys, assessments are important. I wanted to stress the point about disaggregated data, because I think when we talk about the SDGs and the leave no one behind issue, without disaggregated data, we will struggle to know who's being left behind, but also whose situation is improving. So it's not always to know the negative, it's also to know the positives of what's actually happening, what's working, and then how do we translate what's working and scale that up, not just within even a country, but even across countries. So I think the issue of disaggregated data works particularly well with that focus on the subnational level, where you're looking at administrative routine, more routine data-based systems, because you can actually go deeper to look into those issues of disaggregation and highlight them and see what is telling you about what's happening in a country. Of course, digital tools are important. The geospatial use of geospatial surveys is important. We need to know we've got better ways of visualizing information. So I think this is also something we need to make much more use of, the ability of layered maps, the ways in which you can see information, not just in written form, but pictorial and images, in a way that makes it very real and easy to understand and translate and get sometimes the buy-in as to why action is necessary. So I did want to stress those things, but I wanted to just end with a couple of other points. Just on this issue of the innovations and innovative approaches which are taking place, I did want to stress that it doesn't always have to be costly and a huge enterprise to invest in routine data collection and disaggregated data. So small area estimations, techniques, some of the new things that are coming up, and model population estimates. And actually, UNFPA is currently supporting that in South Sudan, where they're using modeled population estimates. So just to show that even in challenging contexts, it's still possible to work on data. And in Ethiopia and Eswatini, small area estimations are being used, which combine census with survey or facility-based data to generate data to measure SDGs progress at subnational levels. So it's doesn't always have to be a huge endeavor and enterprise. Lastly, I just wanted to maybe stress a couple of things on the way forward, as other colleagues have done, and just stress a couple of things. One is quality data is essential. It is possible to achieve it, as I've shown. It doesn't always have to be through big population censuses and household surveys. More of the routine administrative data systems can be employed, but we also need to be making sure it's contextually relevant, the way we're collecting data, for development contexts, vis-a-vis humanitarian context, vis-a-vis peace context. The role of non-state actors is fundamental. So it's important to supplement national efforts through the National Offices of Statistics, supported by Ministries of Finance, but also looking at local government and the Ministries of Health, Education, etc. But ensuring that the role of non-state actors is and particularly as SDGs talk about partnership as important. I think it gives us an opening and an entry point to work together in different ways that ensure that then data collection can be institutionalized and systematized. And data governance, protection, and security measures do need to be in place, need to be strengthened, but need to ensure that we're creating a system which is transparent but accessible for all that need to work in this area to work effectively across the humanitarian development peace context. And lastly, that it takes all of us. So the African Union, just to mention that the data issue will be important for the new humanitarian agency the African Union is setting up. So we're hoping to work with them, with other partners, also in that respect. So looking not just at, again, splitting, making sure we're not just focusing on the development part, context part, but also the humanitarian context all the way up to the continental level. But also the roles of regional economic institutions is important in this space. And as we said, private sector and other non-state actors, we all have a role to play if we're really going to see that we're leaving no one behind. So I'll stop there for now.
Wow, excellent. Excellent interventions from Lydia. I like the emphasis on the role of the private sector, the role of technology in modernizing statistical systems. And we do think that in that space, we cannot ignore the ingenuity of the young people and the private sector and their incentives, that back up that innovation that is needed to be brought to support the strengthening of statistical systems in Africa. I will be turning the mic to Stephen Chacha, who is the director for the East African Hub Development Initiative, to really talk about how we can bring in innovation and technology to modernize data systems in Africa and improve the credibility of the data that we collect, and including it being accessible to everybody. So, Steve, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I think we need to appreciate the realities that our national, statistical systems actually facing at the moment in relation to the implementation of the two agendas and the multiple crises that are actually facing, our countries. I think one thing that is very clear is the fact that we can no longer rely on our national statistical offices to be the only producers of data and statistics that we actually need to implement these development agendas, but also to tackle and deal with the crises as they actually emerge, from time to time. In part of the work that we actually did in a number of countries in Africa, conducting data gap assessments and data landscaping, one thing that came out very evidently, is the fact that most of our national statistical offices can only produce 40% of the data that is actually needed to inform the implementation of these two agendas and also to measure progress on the implementation, the same. So we have almost a 60%, data gap that is supposed to come, from other sources. So it's actually very important to very much promote and uphold master-stakeholder partnerships in our national statistical systems in the way that we will actually be able to support the integration and recognition of other complementary and alternative sources of data, such as citizen-generated data that is actually being produced by civil society organizations, in the continent and around the world, but also data that is coming from the private sector, entities. And again, there've been a lot of, mentioning about Earth observation data that also could actually be able to complement in some of the significant, areas that we have data gaps, including on environment and climate change. But also how we could actually be able to strengthen our existing administrative data systems in our countries, so that we could actually have more, routine, more high quality data that will really be able to support the implementation and measuring progress of the genders and also addressing the crises that we're actually facing. And the other thing which is very clear is the whole mindset on how we implement data collection within our countries. We find that in most of the areas, especially at the subnational level, they are mainly being used as areas for data capturing. So data is only collected at that level and supposed to be feeding all the way up to the national level. So there's actually no elements of data usage at the point of data collection, which I think is a big problem in itself. Because if these people are not using data that they're actually collecting, then you can actually hardly be able to control data quality. And these are the similar challenges that we're seeing in well-established systems like BHIS as well. There are some elements of data quality that are actually measured due to the fact that this data is actually not being utilized and used in the health facilities that is actually being collected, for example, or a lot of other data that is actually coming from the ground up, not really being utilized at that level. So we really need to enhance and strengthen our data system in a way that we will as well be able to promote data usage at the point of data capturing, so as to be able to facilitate and enhance data quality in that way. But again, listening to colleagues speaking from different countries, you can clearly tell our challenges are the same. Issues of data fragmentation, duplication, proliferation of data systems, in our countries, and especially in some of the sectors such as health sector. In most of our countries, you find you have a lot of systems more or less collecting the same data and doing same things, just funded by different donors or development partners in a way. And again, issues of degradation, which have been covered very well by colleagues here. Issues of data standards, data privacy and protection, which are also growing as a concern in the way that we keep collecting a lot of data. But the way that we secure and protect this data, there are a lot of gaps in that area that we also need to find innovative and creative ways to actually be able to address the challenges in that area. And again, when you look into our setups in the national statistical offices or in the national statistical system in our countries, it's very common in most of our countries to find out that data from two ministries are not speaking to each other. Like, one ministry would issue a report quoting statistics, and you have another contrary figure, coming from another, ministry on the same, more or less same issue. And when you move a step lower to the local government authorities, there's a very complete, misalignment there. The local government authorities produce their own data, and they have their own system which are not aligned or contribute in any way to the national, data system that we're actually having. And actually, again, when you look into the data, systems and processes being funded and supported by development partners, there's again a lot of misalignment, at that level. Each development partner want to control their own data and run their own systems, and there's very little collaboration, data sharing, and very much leveraging on the limited resources that we actually have, at the country level. So there are a lot of ways that we could really be able to bring very simple, collaborative, and partnership mechanism to really could actually be able to enable us to solve a lot of fragmentation and siloed kind of approaches that we are seeing happening at the country level. And again, this also requires us to be more intentional in terms of how we collaborate and support innovations on how data can actually be jointly collected, jointly stored, jointly analyzed, and jointly used, and also the sharing access and accessibility elements that actually comes with that as well. But again, there's a huge potential with the digital transformation and digital technologies. And already we are seeing this with the digital sensors happening in our countries, with a quick turnaround, that this technology have actually enabled the sensors to be implemented, in our countries. But again, the whole essence of this multiple crisis that we're actually facing, it really demonstrated that we really need to move away from relying on, historical sources of data into more of real-time, data sources and more of predictive data analytics, capabilities to enable us to be able to be in a better position to inform our preparedness, efforts, but as well to be able to, again, inform, timely interventions that are supposed to be happening, in these areas. So if you look at this, and most of the, focus on digital transformation has very much been at the national level, and very little investment and discussion is actually happening at the subnational level. I think we have a very good opportunity with the Futures Summit happening next year. And one of the compact that is supposed to come out of the Future Summit is a digital compact. So how do we ensure as a continent that we really prioritize digital transformation at all levels as part of this compact, and especially or specifically at the subnational level? But on top of that, how do we ensure there is prioritization in terms of building digital kind of skills and technology capacity within Africa, so that we don't end up to be relying on algorithms coming from other sides of the world, but our own statistical offices and our own experts within the continent should actually be able to produce algorithms that are relevant to the continent and that are actually needed and demand driven based on the needs that we actually have on the ground. And already there are a number of small initiatives happening. For example, we are working with the government of Uganda to develop a model for data ecosystem strengthening and digital transformation at the subnational level in Uganda. So I think we need to be supporting these kind of models in a way that we will actually be able to scale them up and very much be able to replicate them in other parts of the continent. But again, talking about technologies and digitization, all of that, we also need to be very careful because in most of their initiatives, the first thing that you hear countries or partners say, we need a data portal. And if you look, for the years that we've been implementing data portals, we've actually created a graveyard of data portals. You have a lot of portals in our countries that are not updated, not being used by anyone. So we need to be very creative in how we actually integrate and use technology to make sure that we actually drive, innovations and solutions that are needed, that are used, and that are also sustainable, so that they can really be able to impact and improve their lives of the people on the ground. Final point, financing. Colleagues have touched on financing, but clearly what we know, the current financing mechanisms that we have for data and statistics are really not going to help us to solve the problems that we're actually having. In 2016, we had a financial gap of $3 billion annually that was actually needed. And again, through mobilization, we had a gap of around $685 million that was still actually needed, and that is 2016. I can imagine today that figure will be a bit higher right now. So I think it's high time now. We need to treat data and statistics as a global public good, and try to see how we can actually be able to embrace other innovative financing mechanisms, such as the regional public investment and global public investment mechanism, which are really based on the principles of all countries contribute, all countries benefit, and all countries decide, in a way that we need to mobilize additional resources, but also good quality financing or resources to enable us to be able to address our data and statistics needs, but as well to be able to drive the digital transformation that we want to see happening in the continent. So I'll stop there, Chair, and maybe I can come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of innovation, technology, data as a public good, to inform the way we invest in data collection, analysis, and dissemination. Before I move to the next panelist, let me just go back to Cape Verde and find out if Anna is online to make our contribution. Anna is from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. She's joining us virtually from Cape Verde.
Hello, good morning. Bom dia.
Good morning. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Excellencies, distinguished participants, muito bom dia. I was invited to talk on how accurate data and statistics strengthen the implementation, monitoring, and reporting of measures designed to allow countries to respond to the various crises to achieve two agendas. And if you allow me, I will try to tell you the Cape Verde, how Cape Verde was allowed to tackle the triple crisis that started in 2020 by the use of accurate food security data and how we are doing. So I will try to explain you briefly the Cabo Verde study case. So in terms of accurate data and statistics, I will tell you how the food insecurity experience scales called FIES methodology helped us to report on the SDG, is the SDG 2, and in the, which is the prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity, and also the CAADP monitoring framework indicator. As I was saying, starting in 2020 with the COVID crisis, and until last year, Cabo Verde was suffering the impact of three crises. First of all, by 2020, the country was already under 3 consecutive years of drought, and of course poor harvest. Also, the impact of COVID-19 with the lockdown, the implication was the closure of the economy, we can say, because the tourism and the transportation sectors account for 50% of the GDP of the country. So that was a massive impact, was one of the 5 countries around the world most impacted by the COVID effect. And in a small insular state, that means the possibilities of producing food are very limited. The country produced 80% of import 80% of the food consumed. So what happened was that even at the beginning of the COVID, the government called upon the partners and the UN, and together the resident coordinator office, the FAO, and WFP, we prepare at the beginning of the COVID. We start working on how to implement a food security assessment because the previous food security assessment was quite old, and to capture the possible impact of the food security crisis. So we start developing the survey, and we use the methodology of FIES, which is FIES is as I said is a comprehensive and conceptual tool that helps to measure the severity of food insecurity experienced by households and individuals. It is a survey model and an analytical tool that allow to collect probabilistic measurements of the food insecurity condition of the respondents, and also help to understand the differences, this survey, the geographic differences. So to map up the vulnerability of the households. So the food security assessment was done in October. I mean, immediately the lockdown was less strict. So we went to the field, to 9 out of 10 islands, and we did the first security assessment, and we included all the access to food, dietary changes, job changes, and income and assistance needed to the different groups to ensure access to adequate food. So after the implementation of the first food security assessment done in 2020, we noticed that there was an increase of the food insecurity in country, and an unexpected increase in some islands, And so after the first implementation, we start to develop measurements together with the government, in particular through the inclusion measurements that the Ministry of Family and Social Inclusion developed at the time. So we did another food assessment the following year during the same months of the year, and then we noticed that after 1 year, the food insecurity condition in country was deteriorating, and in particular the households that were experimented severe food insecurity, that doubled one year to the other. So together with WFP, the resident coordinator, the Office of the Resident Coordinator, and FAO, and with the Secretariat of Food Security of the country, we developed together a joint food security joint plan and a food security and nutrition crisis appeal to respond and scale. And we developed the policies including the different levels of vulnerability in the different municipalities, in the different households, including rural and urban, including and doing including the gender perspective of the studies, and we prepared together this appeal and the plan. And the appeal included $50 million to safeguard the food security of the livelihood of around 130,000 people. And we managed to put together all the resources. The plan, based on quality data of 2 consecutive years, provided the foundations of the understanding of how deep and geographically imbalanced was the country in terms of access to food, and also provided the different municipalities with the tools to work better and to on the different programs to include the most vulnerable households. And also this data of 2 consecutive years of the food insecurity assessment allow us to prepare in emergency and long-term action plans and policies. Currently, we are working, the UN is working in the early warning system of food insecurity for preparedness and response, because as it was said previously by other participants in this panel, each assessment is very costly, very expensive. So we need to be able to develop in situ different tools to understand and monitor the changes and try. It's very difficult for a country to get the finance, ready to do this assessment every year. So we are preparing this early warning system to put in place the indicators that allows us to have an early response. And so far, as I said, we managed to get the funding. We're working together jointly with the Secretariat of Security. And I think, and this is very important to share with you, an interesting experience, and that help us to put together not only the resources, but also the partnerships required to put in place, in a very challenging context, the resources to face food insecurity in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those interventions from Cape Verde, from Anne. We have one more speaker, and then after that, I'll be giving the floor to the audience to make their own interventions, focusing on some of the areas that we have not comprehensively covered. So we have Mr. Napo, who is the chairperson of the executive committee of the Takwimu Young African Statisticians program, here to just share with us from the perspective of the young statisticians. What ingenuity do you think these people possess that needs to be leveraged to modernize statistical systems in Africa and in our countries? Mr. Napo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the Economic Commission for Africa for initiating this Takwimu Young African Statistician Program, and the Statistical Commission for Africa for endorsing this program. A program aiming at promoting the involvement of young statisticians in the modernization and transformation of our national statistical systems. Data has been recognized as a key ingredient for the achievement of our sustainable development goals. The data market is getting bigger and bigger. For instance, if we take the case of Europe, for the case of open data, the market size has been estimated to 184 billion euros in 2019 by the European Data Portal, and is projected to reach 200 to more than 300 billion euros by 2025. Another fact, the McKinsey Global Institute estimated that if open data is used in 7 key sectors, education, healthcare, consumer product and finance and so on, it could create 3 to 5 trillion USD as economic value worldwide. And Africa has its share in this. That's why we think there are urgent needs to invest in the training of data professionals on the continent. This is supported by the fact that the continent continues to have a low average level of statistical capacity, unfortunately, while having the second largest population in the world. So we think there is a need for massive training in the STEAM field in order to fill this gap. And in order to be able to achieve our respective objective of the Agenda 2030 and 2060. But now, what are the target people for such trainings? It's obviously youth. That's why in the Takwimu program, we strongly believe that it's important, or it will be crucial to leverage on youth skills and capacity to strengthen or to enhance our data availability and strengthen data systems on the continent, while creating an enabling environment for the use of technology and new data sources in order to complement the existing gaps. And then more specifically, we'll just share some insights we have that could be conveyed to the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Our first element that we think is important is to build strong data culture and statistical capacity for youth. Why? Because it has already been said, they represent a significant proportion of the population. They still have energy, time, and creativity to discover and learn new skills. In addition, they are highly exposed to technological innovation. Then, when we emphasize on this, we also think about the issue of the brain drain of our young data professionals that we face in most of our countries. I can't count the number of fellow colleagues that have moved to Europe, US for better conditions. And promoting a good working environment or a better working environment for them and involving them in the decision-making processes could help curbing this phenomenon. And as one of our fellow colleagues said yesterday, Mr. Emmanuel Ametepe, we can have them participating in high-level event discussions in order to engage them really in the statistical discourse. And therefore, we would like to have youth involved in all steps of the statistical value chain or data value chain, especially in Africa, where now we have a roadmap for the modernization and transformation of official statistics. That's a good instrument that can help us address the various issues we have about data. And just to add that, with regard to this aspect, we think that data culture or data literacy applies also to or can be extended to decision makers and data users in general. For them to have the necessary interest, skills, and knowledge to use data effectively. Our second aspect is the implementation of policies that promote research, technology use, and data innovation. The gap in Africa is so huge. Some estimates provide 35 scientists and engineers per 1 million inhabitants in Africa, compared to India, for example, where we have more than 100, China more than 400, and more than 4,000 in the US. So we need to fill this gap, and we need to. It has already been said, but we are just emphasizing, putting emphasis on this because today it's difficult to escape what we call technology, what we call new data sources. We call upon our government leaders and development partners to continue the efforts to build capacity on the use of such new techniques and new data sources. I have a good example from two countries, Senegal and Rwanda. We are planning to showcase these two experiences in the coming ISI and ISO's conference in Zambia on official statistics. These are two projects led by young statisticians on these two countries. The first one is Rwanda, where they use data matching techniques to compare the record for the population census and the post-enumeration survey to check the accuracy of some responses on the key questions. The second experience is in Senegal, where they are exploring the possibility to predict some key indicators from the upcoming population and housing census from privately held data, especially from the mobile service providers, especially using mobile phone data and mobile money. So these are good examples that we think should be promoted, should be invested in order to scale up that on the continent worldwide. We think that it's also important to emphasize on putting in place or strengthening a dynamic research unit within NSOs with youth that will contribute a lot, and also with the academia and research institutions on in a country or on the continent, because we think that it's important to have such dynamic research units in our NSOs to help in tackling the urgent challenges that we can be facing. Our third aspect relates to the promotion of open data policies. We believe that all stakeholders should work toward making data available to the public in a timely and accessible manner. This could improve transparency, accountability, and public trust on the decision making. But this goes along with the issues of data privacy, data security. And we also think it's important to invest and put it in place strong data protection policies, investing in cyber security in order to have protected data systems, and that will be able to face cyber attacks and other security threats. And this open data, we think, will also help provide data or statistical system that could help address the crisis that we can be facing in our countries, especially talking about the pandemics, the natural disaster, and economic downturns. We think having strong open data policies could help provide real-time information on the impact of the crisis on the needs of the affected populations and on the effectiveness of the response measures.
Okay, I hope you are summarized.
Yeah, just the last, please. But not least, we think it's very important to support the establishment and strengthening of statistical association. We call it NSS and all our development partners to recognize and support the establishment and strengthening of statistical associations, including youth components at national levels. For us, this is a way to make SDG 17 partnership for the goal work, because, or in the sense that at the national level, such platform will bring together all statisticians, data professionals from all the sectors of the economy. And in that sense, they could be able to discuss the common data challenges and provide inclusive solutions. That's the few elements that we think are important to share. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. So the voice is clear. We are talking about data and data systems. You're talking about big data analytics and technologies. And we do think that the ingenuity, quite frankly, lies in the young people, building the capacity for them to take us forward, as we move the Sustainable Development Agenda in Africa. And the development agenda for Africa is going to be different this time around. It's not going to be the way it has been before. You're talking about growth that is smart. We're talking about industrial innovation and development that's green. We're talking about green growth trajectories for Africa. So the emerging data needs should actually transcend beyond the conventional data systems that we have always worked with. So I'll be posing this question to the audience to look at how do we push the boundaries of our data systems to respond to emerging data needs, to track progress on how much green growth we are generating in our countries, low carbon development pathways, how efficiently we are using our resources, how inclusive we are, how many green jobs are we generating. These questions are questions that need to be on the table, that we are often challenged with because we do not have capacity to generate green growth statistics that can help us monitor some of these emerging needs. When you look at climate action, yesterday we had a wonderful discussion on the opportunities to attract carbon financing into Africa. Africa has huge potential for carbon sinks, carbon storage, decarbonization opportunities in Africa. But do we know in Africa, before we even talk about attracting climate finance, how much climate data do we have? How much are we collecting in our statistical systems? To be able to demonstrate that this is our potential, this is where we are as Africa, and we need to invest in systems that can actually capture this data at national and regional level for us to demonstrate that, yes, we can go to carbon markets, whether they are voluntary markets, and say we have so much credit in our forests in Niger, in Cameroon, in Nigeria, and so forth. And all these claims will have to be supported by statistical data that has been collected. And how much can we leverage digital technologies to be able to utilize satellite data, translate that into data that can be understood at a local level, but also data that we can utilize to engage in national and international regional platforms to make our case clear on global climate action, because we are part and parcel of that compact on decarbonization and pursuing low carbon development pathways. How much modernization do we want to see? How can we mobilize national resources to invest in these systems in a manner that is predictable to the statisticians? We had a submission from Niger here saying that data, information is there. Financing perhaps is there, but it's erratic to enable us to actually build these statistical systems. How can we make financing locally predictable before we even look at financing from outside? So I'll be throwing these questions back to the audience for interventions, and then I'll get back the panelists to come and just make a very, very brief, in one sentence intervention, pointing us to what investments we need to make and prioritize to move our data systems forward. So the open is floor. The floor is now open. Let me see the hands for those that want to make some interventions. Okay, so I can see a few hands, which is interesting. I do have a bit of time. So I'm starting with, I don't know, that lady over there. And then in this line, I've seen Morocco. In this line, I've seen Cameroon. There's a lady up there with a blue book. That will be our fourth speaker. And then on the extreme left, my brother over there. So can we go in that sequence? Make your intervention precise and to the point, starting with the lady over there.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Jackie Moni. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda. And I would like to appreciate the presenters, especially on this critical topic in regards to data. And I want to pose a question. Most of the times, when you're looking at data is so scattered. So I was wondering, how do we make data a one-stop center in country or at the continental level, where we can have data on different sectors. For example, we're talking about investment in Africa and carbon financing. But then, if you really look at data, even when you look at the Niger or different countries, you find that it's very hard to get data at a certain point. So I'm wondering, how can we make this a one-stop? Like you come to Uganda and you have a one-stop data center for climate information, for agriculture, so that all this data is connected, and that helps us to plan, because you cannot plan without data which is very clear. So I would like us to see how we can have a one-stop data center in country to enable us plan even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think in country data, one-stop, setup, but also at regional and continental levels. That is taken. Next was, I think, Morocco.
Merci. Donc, je voulais également cette occasion pour remettre ce débat donc, pour la temps.
I'm not sure you're audible.
Donc, je voulais tout d'abord remercier le Premier ministre pour la qualité de présentation et je voulais rebondir sur la dernière question qui a été posée par l'animateur. Donc, comment sur de près, en fait, les mécanismes pour les aides, le forêt, notamment dans les négociations. Donc, au Maroc, nous sommes avec tous les pays de l'Afrique, nous développons une comptabilité écosystémique. Et à travers cette comptabilité écosystémique, nous visons à mettre en place du compte dans le compte carbone. Et je pense si on peut généraliser.
Sorry, Morocco, our interpreters are having challenges hearing you. So can you speak a little louder?
Okay. Est-ce que je suis audible? C'est bon?
Yes, I think it's audible.
D'accord. Donc je voulais uniquement dire que je voulais rebondir par rapport à la dernière question qui a été posée par l'animateur. Ça veut dire comment sur de près mettre les aides que nous avons comme richesse en Afrique, au Maroc, avec ces pays, nous sommes en train développer des comptes écosystémiques. À travers ces comptes, nous suivons également un compte.
Okay. Morocco, maybe we take a bit and get back to you a bit later. Because the interpretation can just go through. So we'll sort that out. Let's give a chance to the next speaker, then we'll get back to Morocco. So that was Cameroon.
Okay, now. Donc, comme je disais, nous sommes en train de développer une comptabilité écosystémique avec 6 pays de l'Afrique, de notre région. Et à travers ces comptes, si on peut les généraliser et mettre en place un compte carbone, ça veut dire on va chiffrer et évaluer le carbone que nous avons dans les forêts de l'Afrique. Et ça peut être un élément de négociation justement dans les conventions, dans le cadre, par exemple, sur les changements climatiques, pour dire, à travers ces forêts, nous séquestrons le carbone et il faut avoir cette aide de la communauté internationale pour les préserver. Et merci.
Thank you very much. We have captured that. Can we now go to Cameroon?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. My name is Jokam Divine, and for me, when I hear about young people, I'm very passionate about it. The first thing I want to make clear and loud here is that capacity building is not an option for young people. They have the capacity. So I think mentorship and their existing capacity is key.
You know, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Jokam Divine is my name. I'm from Cameroon. I'm a youth mobilizer and equally a trainer, if you want to call it that way. I was fortunate to be part of those that designed the SDGs back in 2012, right up to 2014 with the DSG. And one of the things I came to realize is that young people already have the capacity. So capacity building is no more an option. For me, it's strengthening the existing capacity. Number two, we're talking about young people being maybe they don't have the opportunities, they go to the States and all those things. That's not really what we are looking at. Let's look at the communities, the rural communities. How many young people in the rural areas are fully involved in the process we're talking about? And that's what I think we should somehow think about. So The first recommendation here is that young people should be and are development partners and not beneficiaries. That's the first thing, because we tend to understand that young people are just beneficiaries. They are not. They're actually, actors to development. That's number one. And number two, let's invest much more on mentoring and not capacity building. A lot of young people, they already have the capacity. Many of them are leaving universities. They have no jobs. So how do we ensure that before they leave the universities, they are actually being mentored? And that's why we really thought at the level of the institution which I represent, we set up centers of excellence. We're working in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. So I think let's move from this discussion. Young people need to be built capacity. It's no more an option. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We had one in this line. I can't remember which country that was. I'll take the lady. The lady, is that Gambia or the lady? Oh, that's South Africa. Okay, then we'll come to Gambia afterwards.
Thank you very much. I'm not so sure if I'm audible. Thank you very much for the panel and also the moderator for this discussion. Okay, thank you very much. I'm the Minister of Human Settlements in South Africa. Thank you very much for the discussion. I think issues around data are quite critical. And for me, perhaps at the AU level and UN, the importance for us to be able to bring artificial intelligence as one of the areas that will assist us in ensuring that we can quickly get data that is reliable, analyzed quickly, and be able to assist us to determine the decisions that we take. I know that not all of us, because of the issue of digital divide, we do have a challenge of access to informational platforms that can assist. But if you look, for example, in Google Earth, you are able to immediately get data of where you are, even in terms of management. For example, for us in human settlements in the country, you can see where projects are able to determine where, in terms of the number of people, whether you're talking about in terms of slums and all those things, because of data that is already available on the internet and can be utilized. So as part of dealing with the SDG, tracking of the process, I think that we shouldn't go back and reinvent the wheel, especially in areas where data is already easily available on platforms, on internet. Perhaps global organizations can assist us to be able to access it for quicker decision making, because we get left behind as a continent, because majority of the time, those who have available data make decisions quickly and implement solutions in the countries, and we find ourselves lagging behind. As we look at the number of areas that we are intervening in terms of data to be able to make these decisions, there is already some of the areas where data is available. But because of resources, will not be able to, and that's what I'm saying, maybe sharing of information at this platform at AU and sharing of resources as such will be able to assist us. But artificial intelligence is able to assist us to get data quite quicker, easier, and in time, and that is reliable. Thank you.
Excellent. That includes expanding internet, to underserviced areas so that we don't leave anyone behind. As we go into artificial intelligence, your internet must be strong and accessible. Otherwise, it will only work for the very, very few in urban areas. So I had a passionate hand from Gambia. Very quickly, please.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. First, I would like to thank the presenters for wonderful presentation. The key messages from the presentation actually linked to, limited, constraint in data generation, sources, sharing, usage, analysis, and coordination, are problematic in terms of having quality data. However, I believe we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have our statistical system in place. I think if that one is strengthened, and also coordination, data coordination also is strengthened at all levels, then I believe we will have quality data. So, but I would like to ask the panelists, anyone can take it up. So I want one of them to advise on what kind of smart mechanism that needs to be put in place, to ensure, data quality is enhanced, at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go this side. There is a lady just in front here with the two hands up. You have the floor. A mic? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Abia Shiweda from Namibia. I'm a biotechnologist. First of all, I would actually like to thank UNECA for always bringing hope to the youth and making it possible for youth to be represented in such forums, and also enabling us to be innovative during these hackathons. But I have a problem. We bring up these ideas, we have prototypes, but I have a question to UNDP. We talk about youth development. Now, what happens to our prototypes? We bring up these ideas to bring how to make Africa great, but nothing happens. And this just make us frustrated. We have ideas, but how do we make it a reality? And then the next thing is, you find we go to other countries, and then funny enough, our Africa decides to take this idea, the same idea that I made while I was home. So as much as we listened yesterday on the presentation, the idea of UNDP of what they have for the youth, I want it to become a reality, that youth are really represented in these forums. Youth can say yes. If there is something for us, yes, when we want to present our ideas, we are making them a reality, yes, we are represented. The fact, one of the panelists said that, we don't have people who have specialized in statistics, but did you guys make a research and go and say how many youth that are unemployed that actually have the capacity? It's more about capability. We have gained the capacity building, we have the capability, but we do not have the funds. Why doesn't Africa make up a hub whereby we can actually bring these resolutions to life? We want the Africa where youth can really stand up and say, wait, our leaders, we are happy. Our leaders, now you are going, but we are not stopping there. We are making sure Agenda 2063 has become a reality. We want one Africa.
Thank you very, very much. That's a voice from one of our advocates for the youth. And I had to give that last voice, to her, to make that submission. So we come to the end. I'm standing between you and your sumptuous lunch. So I'm proceeding to the concluding remarks on the session, and I'll be giving just a minute to the chair to end the session. Thank you.
I think don't have to take time we're already late, and we had an incredible discussions on one of the major problems facing Africa in terms of setting our targets right, tracking the progresses, and evaluating how effective our development policies and programs and projects. And these, discussions needs to be translated to transformative actions and investments. I do hope when we bring together our collective voices in terms of statement, and this will be identified as one of the key imperatives on which we have to collectively argue. Other than that, thank you very much for all the fruitful discussions from the panelists and as well as from the audience, and thank you to the chair as well for productively engaging everyone, and have a lovely lunchtime, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and to all panelists. And we appreciate that we have really heard some fantastic messages here. I just have a few announcements. Firstly, there was a slight mistake in one of the rooms that we announced earlier, so I will repeat them. But they will also have been shared through the Indico platform, so you should have received them, and they are currently displayed on the screen. So clean water and sanitation, SDG 6, will be in Salle de Commission 1 in the Palais des Congrès. SDG 7 in the Palais des Congrès, Salle Huis Clos. SDG 9 in the Palais des Congrès, Salle de Commission 3. SDG 11, Palais de Congrès, Salle de Commission 2. And SDG 17 will be here in the Mahatma Gandhi Plenary Hall. I would also like to announce to everyone that we are currently displaying a knowledge fair at just outside the banquet hall where lunch is being served. So we'd invite you all to visit that knowledge fair right now, where it will be opened by our Deputy Executive Secretary. And in that knowledge fair, the 5 SDGs in focus are being displayed, showcasing the work across the United Nations. Alors, merci tout le monde de nous rejoindre dans le Salon du Savoir, juste à côté de la salle des banquets, où le déjeuner est servi, et où vous aurez l'occasion de voir plus en détail les 5 ODD, le travail des Nations Unies dans les 5 ODD en considération. Je vous remercie de nous rejoindre là-bas dans quelques minutes. Merci. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting just for the reporting back. The rapporteurs who are come back, if you can just come to this side of the room so that we can start very shortly. Les rapporteurs qui sont déjà là, merci de venir un peu à l'avant pour qu'on démarre la session dans 2-3 minutes. On va démarrer au plus tard à 17h30. Merci à tout le monde pour votre patience.
Yes. And the service.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons démarrer dans juste un instant. Nous avons quelques rapporteurs qui reviennent et dès qu'ils sont sur place, nous allons démarrer. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous allons démarrer. Je sais que, en fait, j'ai besoin de 5 rapporteurs. Nous avons 3, mais j'ai reçu des messages que les rapporteurs sont déjà en route, seront avec nous dans juste quelques minutes. Alors, nous proposons de commencer les rapports parce que nous avons déjà un retard. Nous sommes 1 heure en retard, on est à 17h30. Et alors, ça serait mieux qu'on commence les rapports et je vous remercie de votre accord pour qu'on va dans ce sens. Alors, juste pour résumer le travail qui est devant nous, nous avons eu des sessions parallèles sur les ODD qui sont à l'ordre du jour de notre réunion. Alors, il y avait 5 réunions parallèles sur l'ODD 6, le premier sur l'ODD 6, sur l'accès à l'eau et l'assainissement, l'ODD 7 sur l'accès à l'énergie renouvelable, l'ODD 9 sur l'industrie, l'innovation et les infrastructures durables, l'ODD 11 sur les villes et communautés durables et l'ODD 17 sur les partenariats. Je vais démarrer en invitant mon collègue Thierry, qui était le rapporteur du panel sur l'ODD 17 sur les partenariats, de présenter les messages clés de cette session parallèle. Et nous allons suivre ensuite par la présentation de mon collègue Souleymane Abdallah sur le panel sur ODD 9 et le collègue Linus Moffort sur le panel sur ODD 7. Et je crois que les deux autres rapporteurs vont nous rejoindre prochainement. Mais je passe la parole à Thierry pour présenter les messages clés de cette session sur l'ODD 17 sur les partenariats.
Merci Jean-Paul et merci le modérateur. Et sur l'ODD 7, effectivement, c'est une session parallèle qui avait été présidée par le ministre du Plan du Niger. Il y avait un coordonnateur résident du système des Nations Unies qui s'y trouve. Et d'entrée de jeu, ce qu'on a fait, c'est que nous avons relevé le constat. Le contexte dans lequel nous nous trouvons, c'est que les économies africaines sont confrontées, comme on le dit, à de multiples chocs, de multiples crises. et qui impactent négativement la réalisation des ODD et qui fragilisent les partenariats potentiels pour leur réalisation, aussi bien les ODD que la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063. L'impasse de ces chocs sont cumulés aggravés par un système injuste d'allocation de ressources, une architecture financière mondiale inadéquate, comme l'ont exprimé les intervenants lors de nos premières plénières de ce forum, architecture qui est axée sur le court terme et enclin à une crise, des fois peu transparente et qui exacerbe encore plus les inégalités. Donc, à mi-chemin de notre date butoir, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Donc, on s'est convenu en disant qu'il est temps de faire preuve de plus de solidarité, d'unir nos efforts, nos avantages comparatifs, comme ce fut le cas lors de la pandémie, promouvoir des alliances innovantes et fonctionnelles autour des 5 moyens majeurs que sont le financement, l'appropriation des technologies de l'innovation, la promotion du commerce intra-africain, et ceci par l'entremise de la mise en œuvre effective de la ZECAf, le déploiement de systèmes statistiques des données fiables et constamment mises à jour, le renforcement des capacités à tous les niveaux. À la suite de ces interventions, les messages clés sont les suivants. 1. Nécessité d'améliorer l'accès des pays africains au financement, y compris les nouvelles sources de financement de l'action climatique, à des taux abordables, calculés d'après des critères équitables et transparents, pas uniquement sur la base de modèles de fonctionnement des agents de notation. 2. Nécessité d'endiguer les flux financiers illicites, redoubler d'efforts pour récupérer les avoirs perdus du fait des flux financiers illicites et appliquer la Convention fiscale des Nations Unies pour renforcer la capacité des pays à collecter des recettes. 3. Profiter de la dimension économique de la migration, le transfert de la diaspora, les fonds que nous recevons de la diaspora ont été estimés à plus de 600 milliards de dollars par an, et ce qui fait qu'on dit que l'Afrique peut financer son développement. Donc, profiter de la dimension économique et puis concrétiser les instruments de la ZLECAf qui peuvent nous aider dans ce sens-là. 4. Déployer d'urgence une gamme de nouveaux instruments financiers, y compris les droits de tirage spéciaux nouveaux et accrus, les carbone crédits, les fonds de relance des ODD, le SDG Stimulus, afin de fournir des liquidités supplémentaires et une marge de manœuvre budgétaire aux pays africains pour leur permettre de faire face aux contraintes d'urgence en la matière. Nécessite de mettre en œuvre en urgence dans chaque État membre une feuille de route pour la modernisation et la transformation du système statistique national afin de renforcer la capacité des pays à résister aux chocs tout en facilitant la production de données ventilées pour l'établissement de rapports sur les 2 programmes. Et dans ce cadre, on s'est dit que le problème majeur de nos systèmes nationaux de statistiques, c'est le financement. Donc, il faut promouvoir les partenariats publics-privés, essayer de donner la confiance au secteur privé et de leur montrer comment en investissant dans ce secteur, ils peuvent avoir du retour sur investissement. Donc, il faut le faire. Il faut le faire. Nécessité en ce qui concerne le capital humain, il faut promouvoir le capital humain critique en autonomisant les jeunes, c'est-à-dire il faut former beaucoup la jeunesse, renforcer la numérisation et l'efficacité des mécanismes de collecte des recettes et des dépenses, afin de promouvoir la transparence et la reddition des comptes, tant pour les recettes que pour les dépenses des budgets publics. Améliorer les politiques en matière de fiscalité et de dépenses, renforcer les institutions, les capacités humaines, les financements verts, les interventions et suivi et évaluation, et les réglementations qui influencent positivement les comportements et accélèrent la relance verte et le respect des droits de l'homme. Il est enfin nécessaire de renforcer les capacités des petites et moyennes entreprises, des petites et moyennes industries et le secteur privé. Il faut rendre le secteur privé plus fort et plus puissant afin qu'il puisse injecter encore des investissements dans la croissance en matière de technologie financière, de technologie de santé, de technologie agroalimentaire et d'autres innovations. Il nécessite de mettre à l'échelle les expériences pilotes réussies pour maximiser leur impact, optimiser les partenariats, y compris dans le domaine de la science de l'innovation. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Thierry pour ce rapport, je crois, très complet. Et je vais pas faire la synthèse parce que vous avez très bien cité tous les éléments, mais je crois que, comme vous avez dit, il faut faire preuve de plus de solidarité et que, pour résumer, il faut que l'Afrique aussi puisse bénéficier mieux des mécanismes dont c'est les Africains qui peuvent diriger ces éléments et permettre une participation plus forte dans la création de richesses et justement permettre que ces financements verts soient à la disposition de tous. Je note que certains collègues reviennent. Je voulais juste donner un petit mise à jour que pour pas perdre le temps, nous avons démarré avec les rapports. Et si les collègues rapporteurs de l'ODD 6 et l'ODD 11, s'ils peuvent nous rejoindre sur le podium pour faire le rapport. Mais en attendant, je vais inviter mon collègue Souleymane Abdelai qui va nous présenter les messages clés de la session parallèle sur l'industrialisation, l'innovation et l'infrastructure durable. Alors, Souleymane, à vous la parole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Good afternoon, dear participants. So I'm pleased to share with you the main highlight of the panel on SDG 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. This panel was chaired by Minister Salamatu Gourouza, Minister of Industry and Youth Entrepreneurship of Niger. And the panelists consist of the Minister of Industry from Democratic Republic of Congo, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Higher Education and Research of Niger. We also have contribution from UNIDO and the Office of Special Advisor on Africa. And bringing in the infrastructure perspective, we had the Director General of the Railway in Niger. So basically during the session, we were to look at the three key dimensions of the Sustainable Development Goal and how they interact, namely the interface between industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and how they reinforce each other for a successful implementation of African Development Agenda. So the panel brought together the three mentioned dimensions with the required set of skills, and the panel started with a presentation from ECA to ground the discussion. So the presentation combined where Africa stands in terms of implementation of SDG 9 in industry, infrastructure, and innovation. So after the various presentations, some of the key issues that were highlighted and which called for discussion, point to some recommendation that I will briefly highlight here. So first of all, it was recognized that the policies are there, particularly for SDG 9. You know, this meeting is happening after the momentum that was set already by the Africa Union Extraordinary Summit on Industrialization and Economic Diversification, which took place a couple of months ago here in Niamey, and which set the tone and the direction, and African leaders recommit themselves to industrialization and economic transformation on the continent. So the policies are there, the opportunities are there, but the main issues that was highlighted was in terms of implementation. That's where it was clearly recognized that there are some gaps that need to be addressed. Also during the discussion, one point that was highlighted was the issue of incorporating human rights aspects in science, technology, innovation, and also to look at the other face of the medal in terms of how science, technology, and innovation can also assist in terms of enforcing human rights on the continent. The issue of how Africa can tap into its natural resources and invest also in human capital, particularly in youth and women, and have a more integrated approach in terms of implementing policy related to infrastructure development, innovation, and industry were also flagged. It was recognized also that technology transfer is not working in a proper manner. So for most firms, these big international corporations, when they are in Africa, you don't feel that they infuse the right set of technology and skill to Africans. So it's not happening in an optimal way, and we need to rethink probably the way to engage with this corporation or to build our own set of indigenous technology. It was recognized also that many of the enterprise operates in most of our country in informal sector. So the blueprint approach that will ignore them is not efficient. We need to find a way to incorporate them, to bring them back into the mainstream, and to have appropriate policies that address their need and the challenge that they face. But overall, I think what came up clearly is that there is a strong momentum for Africa to industrialize. There is a window of opportunity, and the star seems to be aligned with the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. A strong recommendation was to implement Africa's structural transformation and industrialization along the trade diversification and trade openness that is taking place under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because Africa has at its core what is needed to do that. There is the vast wealth of natural resources, but also the youth population and the demographic dividend that the continent can yield. So in a nutshell, Chair, these are the main summary and conclusion of the discussion that was held in our group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suleiman, for this very complete summary. And I think we have seen both already in terms of the presentations, the strong leadership of the government of Niger. And I think it's important that we recognize that as well. And appreciating how this momentum being built on the industrialization, the sustainable industrialization narrative in Africa, and how we build forward in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area to develop these value chains which really are game-changing for Africa, deliver the infrastructure we need, and not forgetting the aspects of human capital and also preserving human rights in that process. I'm very happy that we are joined as well by the rapporteur on SDG 6, Alexandros Makarigakis. So thank you, but I'm going to go to Linus first, and then come to you. We are still missing the rapporteur from SDG 11, who hopefully will join us very, very shortly. But I'll go to Linus straight away for you to give us the main recommendations from the parallel session on SDG 7 on energy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So the parallel session on SDG 7 was prepared by the Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa of the UN Secretary General, and the Secretariat of Sustainable Energy for All, SE for All. The session was chaired by His Excellency Ibrahim Yakubu, Senior Minister at the Ministry of Energy and Renewable Energy, and moderated by Ms. Meseret Semekun from UNEP. We had a very rich discussion, which we'll still be carrying on if we were not pulled out of the room. But basically, on the SDG 7, on all the targets, the depressing news is that Africa is not on target, generally speaking, on any of the goals. SDG 7.1.1 on access to electricity, it is still recognized that about 80% of the global population of 733 million people i.e. 789 million people who don't have access to electricity are in Africa. 19 of the countries, of the 23 countries globally who account for 80% of the people without access to electricity are in Africa. But that in that population group, this is dominated by a few countries: Ethiopia, Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo. And on SDG 7.1.2 on clean cooking, again, Africa is not doing very well. 36% of the global population, 2.4 billion people without access to clean cooking solutions are in Africa, where over 80% of population in most cases are still relying on the traditional use of biomass for their clean cooking solutions, resulting in over 600,000 premature deaths every year, mainly of women and girls. On the share of renewables, again, Africa is not doing very well. Although when you consider Africa's high use of biomass, it means that Africa is the highest share of renewables in final energy consumption. But if you only look at this in terms of modern energy sources, Africa is still very low at about 7.7%, so still very low about the other. On energy efficiency, again, Africa and Asia are performing very poorly. And this is because Africa depends a lot on inefficient use of biomass, particularly in households, compared to other, say in Asia, where actually the poor performance is actually dependent on household, but also in industry. On the goal 7A about international partnerships to support public finance for investments, Africa has got a fair share of investments, but when you look at the overall investments of all sources, Africa is doing very poorly, with less than 2% of global clean energy investments coming to Africa. And in terms of goal 7B on infrastructure technology upgrade, again, Africa is not doing very well, with the per capita installed electricity capacity still very low and having moved very little over the past 10 years. So in light of these challenges and where Africa is not heading in the right direction, there were lots of discussions, and the highlights of the discussions were that on the issue of investments, Africa has got to rethink the paradigm, reshape the paradigm, and think about how can it mobilize its own resources, including from its domestic markets, its capital, its private sector, and its sovereign funds to invest in its energy transformation, and how development partners can partner with Africa to provide the risking instruments, including partial guarantees, including blended finance and so on, to help mobilize the financing that is needed to address Africa's energy deficit. Then there was the issue of just energy transition partnerships, like the one that has been announced by South Africa, and the need for just energy transition plans that has been done by Nigeria, just energy transition and investment plans that have been done by Nigeria. And they said that this has to be done in an inclusive way that addresses key issues of justice in the countries, also used as an opportunity to leverage the distributive opportunity that comes with that to ensure that the benefits actually do go to those who need it the most in the countries. Then on natural gas, there was a lot of discussion about natural gas, that with the high level of lack of access for clean cooking, with the lack of the low share of clean of renewable energy in modern renewables, natural gas provides an opportunity to get more renewable energy and also to address clean cooking. But in terms of that, there was also the idea of having access also means that it has to be affordable, because Goal 7 is about affordable clean energy. So the issue of affordability is also about the ability to pay. Then energy efficiency was seen as a low-hanging fruit that countries are not really capitalizing on, but provides a great opportunity for African countries to address their energy challenges on the continent, including the need to have more efficient appliances, the need to have more efficient, for example, cooking stoves are seen to be very inefficient. We need them to be more efficient, more electrical appliances to save energy and reduce emissions. But it was also identified that data is extremely important, and how that data is used to understand nuances of what lack of access to energy mean is very important, and therefore there has to be more detailed country level, regional household level data on how energy is produced and used to better understand how better solutions could be tailored. Again, noting that Nigeria, Ethiopia, and DRC constitute a large amount of those 500 and something million people who don't have access to electricity in Africa. Then in terms of solutions such as grid, on-grid, and off-grid, again, it was identified that off-grid solutions really hold the key because of the sparse populations of Africa, the cost of grid extensions, and so on. But unfortunately, the bankable solutions where the private sector money goes is for on-grid. And therefore, countries and development partners are urged to work together to find ways of making off-grid solutions bankable and attractive to the private sector, including also ways of having cost-reflective tariffs that are tied so that those who consume more, therefore have to pay a lot more, and those who consume less pay much less as a way of addressing the challenges of energy access. And then the issue of infrastructure was also highlighted, especially how the power pools could be supported to work together to be connected so that there's a balance between supply and demand, where energy can be generated where the resources are the highest and used where the demand is the highest. And so at the moment, that is not happening, but it is a strong case that these power pools hold a very strong key to unlocking the energy challenges that Africa faces. And then there was also about the issue about how countries really need to address the policy and regulatory frameworks, noting that they can be expensive, and how they could be supported to ensure that when those policy and regulatory frameworks are addressed, they could then attract investments, particularly to new technologies such as green hydrogen, which is being seen as an area where many Africans are showing a strong interest in. So I think, and then also, of course, that Africa has got to use its abundant clean energy resources to transform the critical minerals, leveraging the Africa Continental Free Trade, and plug itself into regional and global value chains to drive the global energy transition agenda. So I think, and of course, yes, and of course, that there's a huge need that African countries, supported by development partners, have got to invest substantially in innovation, in research and development as a way of ensuring that Africa can actually be involved at the full spectrum of the value chain of clean energy production and energy deployment. So I think, Mr. Moderator, those were the key highlights that came out of the discussions on SDG 7.
Thank you, Linus. I think we've seen a very clear narrative emerge from those discussions, in particular engaging on the value chain of energy for Africa, so that Africa is able to fully profit and benefit from those opportunities. Importance of technologies being appropriate, and the need for de-risking of investment, among others, in terms of the financing, of crowding in that amount of financing, dealing with the issues of bankability, and of course the questions on how to define and deliver a just energy transition, a just and equitable energy transition in Africa, where Africa can make use of its natural resources, while also benefiting from the lower cost, for example, of renewables over the long term, and delivering this in a formula which has at its center the reduction of poverty and access to energy and addressing these issues. So thank you so much for that presentation. I now have the pleasure to go and invite my colleague from UNESCO, Alexandros Makarigakis. Did I get that right? I've been practicing. So Alexandros, thank you so much for being with us and to report back on SDG 6. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I please request to put up the slide that summarizes a little bit the points. I'm just going to give you a little bit of how the whole panel worked. We had the honor to have the Minister of Hydraulics and Sanitation of Niger His Excellency Mr. Amadou Mahaman to preside over the whole session, which included two regional directors, one from UNEP, Mr. Frank Turyatunga, and Mr. Hubert Giesen from UNESCO. We had the senior statistician of UNICEF, Mr. Thomas Playmaker, making an intervention. We have, from a gender perspective, Ms. Helena Pila from the SDG Kenya Forum. And we have two more experts coming from Niger. One was Professor Awais Abubakar, who is also a representative of IUCN. And the second one was Professor Yahaya Nazununu, who's the Director General of the National Agency for Groundwater in Niger. The session was moderated by Ms. Lea Wanambwa of African Union, and I also had the opportunity to get some discussants who came in and brought in different perspectives in the discussion. The summary of the report on SDG 6 shows that we're having difficulties in achieving the goal due to not only the climate change effects, but also due to the rapid population growth that the continent is experiencing. We know that the population will double by 2050 in Africa, and we are 1.2 billion people right now. This, of course, makes getting to the targets more difficult. For access to safe water and sanitation, we see that we have an increasing pattern with Northern Africa leading the race, with a small amount of information from Southern Africa to be able to have a clear picture whether it is safe managed or not, and with Eastern Africa moving steadily towards safe management of water, which means that the move from MDGs to SDGs is moving smoothly, but at a slow rate. If we continue like that, we will not make it. Similarly, on wastewater treatment and the ambient water quality, we have an alarming rate where practically we don't treat wastewater in Africa, right? And even when we do it in a very small percentage, with only 2 countries in the continent doing it for more than 50% of the volume that they are producing. We have some encouraging news on the water use efficiency, because we see that we have an increase in water use efficiency, but at the same time we see that the water stress level has increased throughout the continent, which is even more alarming when you see the two indicators together. One that is telling you that I'm increasing my efficiency of how I'm using water, and the second one that it's telling you that my level of stress is increasing despite the progress in water use efficiency. In implementing integrated water resource management, we are doing much better, but with only 5% overall increase, which is not getting us there. And we have a long way to go on transboundary cooperation, where you see especially that in groundwater, less than 3% of the transboundary aquifers, which are more than 100 in Africa, have any type of operational agreement. Last but not least, when we're looking at the state of surface water bodies, Africa is faring pretty well because we don't have too much pollution. But it's interesting to see a little bit some patterns, because some countries have reported some issues of pollution that could be transboundary. So only with cooperation we can resolve this. This gave you a little bit of the summary of what was discussed, but then we had some key messages. The first one that was pushed by the minister himself is actually to move ahead with all and make good, realize basically all the declarations that have been adopted by them. We're talking about the Dakar Declaration at the 9th World Water Forum, the Dusambe declaration that took place earlier in that year, and then A couple of weeks ago, there was a declaration that came up from Abidjan. So that is the first thing. Let's do good on the promises that we're making. The second one has to do with an increase in domestic allocation and an increase in investment in the water and sanitation sector in Africa. And on that one, there was an addition to the transboundary water resources and their management. So there is a need to increase the money and the funds that are going towards that direction. And there is a need to involve the private sector more. There are plenty of opportunities, but the projects have to become bankable. And this way, the private sector will easily come in. There is a need for resource mobilization. And when we do all these things, we're doing it about giving access to water and sanitation. We have to think about the needs of women who are suffering the most. There needs to be a call of action to release the full potential of the sanitation economy, so as to benefit the business and the society in Africa. We have to start thinking on how to use innovation and technology, not only for access to, but also for the management of, and the management of and the treatment of water. I see that His Excellency the Minister have arrived, so may I ask him to come and finalize the presentation on behalf of the group, because, okay. All right, so we said that the use of technology innovation is very important for the access and management of, as well as treatment of water. We discussed about the importance of nature-based solutions, because they can give solutions that they are not only cheap, but easy to operate and maintain, and the importance on planning at the basin level and of protecting the resource. Right? Our UNEP colleagues were very adamant about the benefits of protecting the resource and avoiding afterwards the treatment-related expenses. Groundwater is not enough included in the river basin management plans, and it has to be, especially since most of the rural Africa is using groundwater for its resources. Mainstreaming of climate and disaster risk reduction and management into water resource management plans and policies is another thing that needs to be done. But when it's done, we should use a human rights-based approach to ensure that nobody's left behind. The other proposal that came from the floor was the consideration of virtual water when we're talking about how we move along. Consolidation of evidence-based and timely decision-making at all levels was another element that was discussed, and the need to mobilize expertise from UN agencies or from other organizations to decision-making from our leaders. Last but not least was the proposal to revitalize UN Water Africa to be able to deliver as one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this very complete presentation and recognizing the various points that have been raised, and similarly, delivering on promises and being able to ensure that there is more financing channeled into the water sector, and therefore increasing the bankability and really making sure that we have the operational frameworks to make all of this happen. So thank you so much. Je voudrais vous reconnaître le leadership de la République du Niger dans tous les panels, dans toutes les sessions parallèles sur les objectifs du développement durable, et reconnaître la présence de son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre. Et si vous souhaitez, je ne sais pas, vous voulez ajouter, c'est bon. Okay. En tout cas, le collègue a fait un rapport très détaillé, mais votre présence, Monsieur le Ministre, est très appréciée, et aussi vos interventions dans la session parallèle a eu un impact très important, et nous allons assurer que ces messages clés sont communiquées dans les messages clés finales qui sont ensuite transmises au forum politique de haut niveau qui aura lieu à New York et ensuite au sommet sur les objectifs du développement durable qui aura lieu à New York aussi en septembre. I will now go to the last report of the sessions. Gabriel, you can come here so that we have a microphone. You can sit here or there, whichever. And we have the final report from the parallel session on urbanization and sustainable cities. And my colleague, Gabriel, will be able to present to us the key messages from that session.
Thank you, John. John Paul, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to report back on the session on SDG 11 Sustainable Cities. I moderated the session. My name is Amjad Abbashar. I'm the Regional Director for UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction for Africa. We had a good number of speakers, distinguished speakers that included the Minister of Human Settlement for the Republic of South Africa, and also the Director General of the Agency for Modernization of Cities here in Niger, the Mayor from Tessawa of Niger, as well as speakers from the UN system, including the Human Rights Office, OHCHR, as well as IOM. The session was put into context by the Director of UN Habitat for Africa, explained the progress that's been made vis-a-vis SDG 11, and then we had quite a dynamic discussion following that. Before reading the messages, just to mention a few things, I'm going to read the messages that came out of the meeting, but they don't do it justice, so we'll provide more data, more information later on, and I'll supplement it with some of my notes. So first of all, one of the issue of finance, of course, came about, and the importance of financing climate change to mitigate crises, focus on how to finance climate change to mitigate crises, how the transition from carbon emitting sources to green energy sources should be the main discussion topic along with financing mechanisms. It's something that the suggestion was to promote strengthen the climate change financing discussion to support urban programming. Also, there was a recognition that climate change is becoming one of the main challenges to creating resilient and sustainable cities and communities. People are affected by a multi-hazard type of disasters, different disasters such as floods and drought, and those also have repercussions on migrations, not only migrations within the countries, but also cross-border migrations. So this demands the expansion of additional services to be provided to the population. Managing climate vulnerability would partly solve some of the challenges the cities are facing. So in this regard, it's important to thoroughly assess the real situation on the ground and devise relevant policy actions that address the real needs of the people. Focus here being on really understanding where the risks are coming from to ensure that we have sustainable development programs. Important to strengthen also urban resilient programs and put in place effective early warning systems to inform on the different climate risk of impending hazards, and also ensure that we have a better understanding of the vulnerabilities that populations face in order to be aware that the community, to ensure that the whole of society approach is taken to include communities and to help them to take protective measures to reduce their risks from climate or disasters. In that regard, the organizations who are working on climate-related climate risk and disaster risk have been asked to share their experiences and provide technical support on the kind of framework to be used to ensure that we build resilient cities. There was a discussion also about the need to bring all the relevant stakeholders together and have a joint plan, not just consultations, but active participation to enable a better understanding of vulnerabilities facing urbanization, as well as the measures that need to be taken to address those risks. In this regard, there was also a number of challenges to achieve SDG 11. A lot of them are attributed to climate change and demographic expansion, which calls for the need to come up with the issue of new technologies or transfer of new technologies that are in harmony with the environment. Like in many other sessions, the issue of data for better urban planning and management came about, and there was reiterated the need to have disaggregated data, and I think there is certainly a number of challenges in that for many other SDGs. Investment in the design of smart cities, making use of local knowledge and skills was underlined, and again there was a final call for again a strong early warning system to inform the community. As they put it here, to stay away from the climate vulnerable areas. This has to do with unplanned urbanization that often occurs, quarter settlement, informal settlements, etc. There was a call also to have the United Nations and African Union member states to plan for and integrate volunteers into to take part in SDG 11 and ensure resilient and inclusive city plans in line with Resolution 7129, and monitor and report on the contribution of volunteers towards fostering in the cities social cohesion and enhancement of social inclusion as per UN Resolution 67153. In addition to that, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that are important in my view. The issue of mobility came up a lot, and the importance of including migrants in the decision making. The issue of skills transfer to make sure between not only between national and local governments, the issue of financing to support decentralization when it comes to urban planning, particularly in support of local governments. So these are just a couple of issues that I wanted to mention. Eventually, I mean, the session was also made use of a lot of very practical examples in terms of how to deal with informal settlements and urbanizations, including ensuring that there's a human rights approach, human rights-based approach to dealing with evictions, for example. And so that was met with a lot of agreement. And finally, the attention was brought to the importance of linking the Global Compact on Migration to SDG 11. So these are just synopsis, Jean-Paul. I hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this excellent summary of some of the key issues. And we note some of the really issues that are essential, particularly in African context, dealing with migration, skills transfers, and the way in which we use data, for example, for planning and the deployment of early warning systems. And I think we can look at this as well in the context of broader climate resilience. Just as perhaps a summary, I think there are quite a few emerging cross-cutting areas, which include data, financing, and the ability of having reliable sources of financing and de-risking that financing to be able to address these types of issues in all of these sectors. And thank you also for having highlighted the HR-based approach. And human rights is one of those other issues which is what is one of those issues which is cross-cutting across all of these SDGs that we've been looking at. So we have finished the presentations back from the parallel sessions. I think it shows the breadth of the discussions and the scale of engagement from all of the partners. Before we close this session, we have 5 to 10 minutes. If there are any other points that anyone would like to make from the floor, please raise your hands. We will give you the mic to make a contribution. We would ask if anyone is to make a contribution to keep it succinct. It's been a long day, productive day, but a long day, and therefore any contributions would be as concise as possible. Si on peut passer le micro, s'il vous plaît, au monsieur là.
Thank you very much, moderator. Just to add that maybe one of the things that I noticed.
Maybe you could introduce yourself as well.
Thank you. Eric Ngondi from United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK in Kenya. Just wanted to add that one of the cross-cutting issue that actually I see that is missing that we could put there is the element of meaningful and engagement of persons with disability that cut across all the issues. So for example, the issue of data, the way it's collected, the way it's analyzed and maybe presented should capture how maybe it impacts persons with disability. So there we bring in the issue of accessibility. And when we look at maybe 6 and 11 and maybe 17, again, we are looking at the issue of universal design, how persons with disabilities should be able to access all the information here. So the key thing I want to, let's say, inject is the meaningful and engagement of persons with disabilities within that and maybe their representative organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very important to have that point. And certainly, I think it is one we added to one of those cross-cutting issues across the 5 goals that we've been looking at. Yes, we have one more. Honorable Jacqueline, over to you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add an issue on SDG 6. I think the committee has done a commendable work, but most of the water in most countries is so privatized and making it very inaccessible. So I would think that we put in our recommendations, government takes full responsibility of provision of water so that it is accessible even for the underdeserved, especially in the slum areas and those in other areas that can.
Thank you very much. Your mic just cut off the end. Did you finish? It's okay. Thank you so much, Honorable. And I think this point about access in the context of privatized water and ensuring that it is affordable is one that is very well noted, and we will try and find a way of incorporating that in the outcomes of the meeting. Thank you very much. Are there any other further? Yes. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's good that we have engagement. So we'll take all of these points. If anyone else wants to speak, please raise your hand now, because I will close it after that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. C'est fermé. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I want to say asante sana to all the groups and the facilitators. I think this was a great job. My name is Mwangi, a member of the Africa Regional Mechanism for Sustainable Development, and also coming from the Volunteer Group Alliance.
and another group that also deals with children or student-focused agencies operating in Addis Ababa. There is, as we look at these messages, I think there's also a need, before we present this to the world, to make sure that these messages reflect Africa, to make sure that the essence of poverty eradication by 2030, which is a key theme of the SDGs, is highlighted, to make sure that the leave no one behind principle can be seen cutting through all the messages that we have highlighted, and also to make sure that the indivisibility principle that cuts across all the 17 goals. When I look at the goal on water, how does it relate to the other goals? Is it coming out? When I look at the goal on cities, how does it relate to making sure that nobody dies out of hunger, no child fails to go to school? So that indivisibility, or the language is escaping, that arc of making sure that there's no line between the various goals needs to be seen. So I really wish that there will be a mechanism that when these goals are presented in New York and we can read that document, we as Africans will be happy to say, this is the African story. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. There was someone over here. Yes.
Hello. Yes, sorry. This is Rufaida Zubair. I work for ECA in Knowledge Management section. My question again to SDG 6. In my previous experience, I had the privilege and the opportunity to work on integrated water resource management projects in Sudan. That was done by UNOP and other international NGOs. And you mentioned in your presentations about evidence-based and also mobilizing of expertise. I would like to know what are the efforts that are being done to kind of making use or like utilizing the experience in some countries and to be shared across the continent, especially those solutions that proven to be working, and just to ensure that we're making impact all over the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think this one is more of a question than a contribution. I don't know if Alexandros, you'd like to take it. Maybe afterwards we'll take the rest of the points. Yes, just behind that lady, we have another hand. Okay, we'll go here first and then.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Umar Saleh Anka from Nigeria and a member of Access Energy Coalition. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think during our SDG side event, prior session there, I asked for more strengthening participation of civil society organization, thereby creating co-creation between government and civil society, because no one can work in isolation. So please, I want it to be strengthened here and captured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an important point. There's somebody here, yes, who had raised their hand from before.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Martin Sunke, one of the co-chairs of the African Regional Mechanism on the major groups. My take will be about how we make all of these recommendations that we heard across the groups something that leads to real action, and the way we plan the action as Africans to get to a better implementation of the goals that we are targeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will make a very quick comment on that because it's extremely pertinent. And I would like to remind everyone that there is a link on the site of the website of the forum where specific actions can be committed towards achieving the SDGs. And there are some UN agencies, for example, that have already made some commitments. There are some governments that have done so. And I think your point is saying we have to be action oriented, and therefore everything that we are linking here has to be then translated into an action plan and measurable and reporting back, which we agree. There's the lady just there.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity. My name is Maria Andrea Chasu, and I work with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I would like to make 3 points. Many of them were mentioned during the discussions at the panel. One is that the importance of using the human rights framework, so that recognizing that that development is a human right and it's not charity. The second point is the importance of having partnerships at all levels and identifying the different potential and what each partner can bring to the table. And in this regard, I would like to stress the importance of engaging with civil society organizations, youth, but also with national human rights institutions and all the institutions that constitute the national protection systems. And the third point that was mentioned also in our panel on partnerships is the importance that member states ensure policy coherence between all the actions that they undertake to advance development with the human rights obligations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I believe we had Côte d'Ivoire.
Please, I have that mic.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
on va juste prendre derrière et puis on viendra chez vous.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Wahobin Akwe from Ghana. Please, I want to stress on building resilience transportation system, which is under SDG 11. We are tracking that. Road safety issues, air quality, effective traffic management, and then green mobility resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important. Côte d'Ivoire. Let me just check. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a levé la main qui n'a pas encore parlé? OK. Monsieur, on prend Côte d'Ivoire et puis on vient chez vous. Je crois que c'est tout. Et one over there. Okay. Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Paul. Merci pour l'opportunité que vous me donnez. Je suis Gustave Aboua de la Côte d'Ivoire, directeur général de développement durable. Je voudrais féliciter tous les rapporteurs qui ont présenté de bons rapports. Et je voulais juste ajouter quelque chose sur l'ODD 7, parce que nous trouvons surprenant que l'Afrique, qui a le soleil 365 jours de l'année, quand on a montré les chiffres, l'Afrique est encore en arrière pour la promotion des énergies renouvelables, surtout au niveau du solaire. L'analyse, c'est une question de technologie. C'est parce que nous n'avons pas encore trouvé la technologie qui permet d'avoir des batteries assez robustes. Pourtant, nous avons la matière, nous avons les terres, les métaux rares qu'il faut en Afrique, le cobalt, le nickel, tout est là. Donc, il est question de transfert de technologie et surtout aussi transfert de technologie dans le domaine des cuissons, énergie de cuisson propre pour que nos mamans, nos sœurs puissent pouvoir faire la cuisine sans toutefois avoir un impact négatif sur leur santé. Voilà un peu ce que je voulais ajouter.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons les deux derniers intervenants à gauche, là-bas, et il y a un monsieur là.
Je suis Edouard Yao de l'Institut africain de politique de développement. En venant ici, je crois qu'il y avait la question de l'intégration. Je crois que les deux mots-clés, c'est l'accélération de façon intégrée. Alors, jusque-là, je n'ai pas vraiment perçu le message de l'intégration. Comme l'a dit M. Mwangi, l'être humain a faim, il n'a pas d'eau, il n'est pas éduqué, et donc on doit pouvoir développer cette approche intégrée pour la mise en œuvre des ODD. Et j'aurais souhaité vraiment que dans les recommandations, il soit clairement écrit la nécessité pour les États d'approcher la mise en œuvre des ODD de façon intégrée. Des outils existent, des approches existent, et on peut aider dans ce sens-là. C'est là ma suggestion. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Le dernier intervenant, qui est en haut à droite, Madame, si vous pouvez amener le micro.
Bonjour, moi c'est Hassan Moumouni, donc je suis le président de l'ONG SAM Niger. SAM qui veut dire sauver la mère et l'enfant. En fait, mon intervention est sur la manière dont l'Afrique fait face aux crises et cherche toujours à se développer à travers les programmes proposés par les experts des pays africains et extérieurs. Donc, il ne s'agit pas seulement de discuter, mais agir ensemble. Est-ce que le financement profite bien aux populations? Moi, je dirais non. Pourquoi? Parce que la majeure partie de nos populations vivent en zone rurale. Et je suis sûr qu'aucun pays n'a pas pu instruire à 80% sa population. Et les banques sont exigeantes. Donc, il faut revoir ce point. Nous avons entre autres problèmes l'ignorance, la pauvreté, les maladies, comme le paludisme qui est la première cause de décès en Afrique. Nous avons le manque d'eau potable. L'Afrique a beaucoup de richesses qui ne profitent même pas aux 2/3 de sa population. Presque dans tous les pays africains, la population consomme des produits importés. Je m'excuse du terme. Pourquoi? Pourquoi ne pas produire sur place? Cela va créer de l'emploi à travers l'économie circulaire. Donc, production, transformation et consommation. À ma connaissance, sur le continent, nous n'avons pas des usines. Par exemple, la verrerie pour lutter contre la désertification et l'avancée du désert. Donc, c'est vraiment un point important qui me tient à cœur. Et l'intervenant, il a parlé du soleil. Le soleil, c'est une source intarissable où nous pouvons créer des serres modernes solaires pour booster la production et avoir une surproduction, bien sûr. Donc, il y a aussi la crise de l'Ukraine, car la majeure partie des produits proviennent de ce pays. Et il est donc primordial de conjuguer nos efforts pour porter haut le flambeau de l'Afrique. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Nous remercions tout le monde pour ces interventions et ces suggestions. Nous allons au maximum possible intégrer les différentes recommandations d'une manière transversale en couvrant les différents ODD et reconnaissant aussi cette priorité à mettre en œuvre d'une manière intégrée les objectifs du développement durable. I will invite Alexandros. I don't know if you wanted to give a very brief comment in response to the question about examples of how to share expertise in the context of water. Yeah, you can come here.
Just quickly, it all depends on the level. First of all, our colleagues at UNEP they're doing a lot of work, but then at transboundary level, we have ANBO, the African Network of Basin Organizations, where you have a lot of transfer of knowledge, who are also a member of INBO, the International Network of Basin Organizations. The way that most of us work is we're trying to support the water desks of the different regions like SADC, IGAD, etc., to work with the basin committees that they have there, the international river basins, and then have this transfer of knowledge and of best cases, right? So, for example, here in the West, we have very good examples for river basin management and cooperation. The same thing goes in the South. They have the protocol, SADC protocol also on exchanging data and cooperation. And this now we're trying to transfer on the IGAD region. So most of us are working at that level where we're trying to get the good examples and pass them. It's the same thing, for example, for the inclusion of groundwater in a transboundary basin. We did it for the Stampriet, and now we have OCACOM, CAVACOM, who are coming in and asking for the same support. So we're trying our best to do so. And just one more thing about the gentleman who spoke about how the SDG 6 fits in the other SDGs. Just to bring to your attention that in 2018, all of us as members of the UN Water, right, we produced the SDG 6 synthesis report, which did exactly that. It showcases how SDG 6 is fitting into the other SDGs. And that's the point also of revitalizing UN Water Africa, because we can domesticate this product now for Africa if we have the right platform as we used to. That's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Nous sommes à la fin de la session. Je remercie les rapporteurs de toutes les sessions parallèles. Ils ont fait un travail exceptionnel. Et merci à la salle pour les commentaires et suggestions qui sont très appréciés. Just some announcements in terms of the continuation of our work. Tomorrow morning, we reconvene at 9 a.m., where we will have the plenary reporting back on the Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. And this will be followed by the report on the Regional Collaboration Platform, the RCP. Then we will be having in the afternoon, after the lunch break, the discussion on the declaration and the key messages of the forum. So it is particularly important tomorrow for all of the participants to also give their views on the declaration and the key messages. These documents are being translated and will be available on the platform hopefully by tomorrow morning, and people can consult them. A few other announcements that you see on the screen. There is a QR code. We have started also the survey for feedback on the conference, which is available on the website. You can access that survey by scanning the QR code, but it will also be distributed by email into your accounts for all who have registered for the conference. We appreciate the feedback, so please make sure to fill in the survey. It will be open for a few days also after the conference, but the sooner you fill it in, of course, the better. I think those are the main announcements that need to be made. Thank you very much. Avant de clôturer cette session, juste de remercier encore le gouvernement du Niger pour leur leadership, pour l'accueil exceptionnel que nous avons eu. Et je crois qu'à travers les résultats, le rapport qu'on a eu déjà aujourd'hui ce soir, nous voyons qu'il y a une vraie détermination dans ce pays à réussir les ODD. Et alors, nous félicitons et remercions le gouvernement du Niger. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup et bonne soirée à tout le monde.
Merci.
Mami,